This conference will now be recorded.
It's one of the module offered by SAP itself, standard, where the companies can use it for in order to be compliant with the trades policies, and where we can do SPL checks for our partners,
Mhm,
embargo checks for the embargoed countries,
mhm.
license determination basically, right? For the
Yeah.
products which need that kind of licensing. So basically, if I'm selling chemical or something, so yeah, and if it is a regulated product and it needs a license to sell or to buy or something like that, so it can also be managed under that. And when we talked about customs management, so custom itself clarifies, right? So like whatever happens at the port of entry and port of departure, the documentations which is needed to those customs authorities, that can be generated with the help of SAP GTS, which can be done in two ways basically. Self filing, that means companies can file or directly interact with the customs of those countries, or broker, via broker, which is with interface, or indirect means we can send all those documents to broker via as a PDF via email. So this can be done. Duties also can be calculated in SAP GTS, like pricing in O2C or sales and distribution. So there is something duty procedure or something. This is what I know. And under preference management, that means now recently India had signed a free trade agreement with London, UK, right? So
Yes.
such kind of things can be managed using preference management. So under which we can provide certificate of origin and what else? Yeah, certificate of origin and something like we confirm it, and the source of origin from vendors we can confirm and pass on. And if the product falls under that uh, preferential status or duty or preferential treatment, SAP GTS will let you know whether the all these products falls under which free trade agreement and whatever. And then there is we can generate a lot of compliance reporting from the under that electronic compliance management, right? Especially when we are talking about European Union, where intrastat and extrastat, which were part of ECC SD functionality, but in S4 also we can do that intrastat from S4, but that is also supported in GTS intrastat reporting. This is what I know, high level. Uh, Compliance management, my company, my previous firm had implemented for licensing needs, because we used to sell a lot of chemical products to our customers. And yeah, there was a lot of licensing need for that, and where we had implemented the license determination strategy and created few Fury apps, custom Fury apps. But I think in addition for HANA, SAP had came up with a lot of Fury apps by default, so no need to create custom. It totally depends whether to go with custom or not based on client requirement. But yeah, that is what my understanding of GTS is.
Thank you, sir. Thanks for the detailed information.
Yeah, Arun, I think everybody has a different kind of knowledge about SAP, I would say.
Mhm.
Like because for me, I have just seen the SD interface once and have seen the GTS blocks and how this is actually happening. Other than
Mhm.
that, I don't have any kind of experience with SAP, to be
Mhm.
honest. But I do have an idea of how the trade classification process works in terms of imports and exports.
Fine. No issues. Okay, how many of you from SAP background? I think Meghraj and Swapnil have experience on SAP. Other than that, other than these two, how many of you having SAP background?
I think rest of them have a lot of good experience in, I think, compliance and all those things they are
Yeah,
doing,
yeah,
right? Somebody did mention, Deepak did mention, right? He does
yeah.
HTS certification and all those kind of things.
Okay, okay, no issues. Let's start our demo. Let me share my screen. Can you all see my screen?
Yes, sir.
Okay, fine. See here, there are two systems. Just assume there are two systems at the moment. One is our feeder system, which is nothing but our S4 or ECC. Okay, and one is our GTS system. One is our GTS system. So from here, we are going to transfer the data to GTS, which means we are going to transfer the data from S4 and ECC to GTS. Okay, so the latest version of GTS is E4H, edition for HANA. So what we do, we are going to transfer the data from ECC or S4 to GTS. Okay, data means what?
Arun,
Our
Arun,
data. Yeah,
just one question. Sorry to
yeah,
interrupt. So ECC and S4 are like
it's our feeder system.
feeder system in the sense what is the data which is present in those feeder systems? What will
Yeah,
be the data?
I'm going to explain that.
Okay, sure.
Okay, so we are going to transfer the data from feeder system to GTS system. Like what all the data we are going to transfer? We are going to transfer our master data and our transactional data. Okay, so master data are nothing but our customer, vendor, material. So at this moment, you just focus on these three: customer, vendor, and material. Apart from this, we transfer transactional data. So transactional data means what? Transactional data is something but our sales order, outbound delivery, billing document, or performa invoice. Let's check billing document. These are all the transactional data from the sales side, sales, SD, sales and distribution side, or we call it as export. And from import side, we call it as material management. From import side, we are going to transfer two, again three data. One is purchase order, inbound delivery, and material document, or let's say GR. So we are going to transfer these six transaction data from our feeder system to our GTS system. Okay, so these are all the transaction data can be created within our S4 system. There is no need of GTS system to create these transaction data. So within our S4 system, we can create all these transaction data. There is no need of GTS system to create any transactional data. Then what is the need of SAP GTS? Why we need SAP GTS? We'll discuss. And also you should understand one thing. SAP GTS is a standalone system. SAP GTS is a standalone system. Okay. So here GTS, I would say GTS is a receiver system. You can understand that GTS is a receiver system, and this S4 and ECC is a feeder system. From S4, we are going to feed the data to GTS. Okay, now let's assume we are not using SAP GTS. We are not using SAP GTS. We are just using our S4 and ECC. Okay, just assume that we are not using SAP GTS. Okay, and let's say you're running a manufacturing unit. You're having a manufacturing unit in US which manufactures sensors. Let's take the manufacturing unit like 80Y sensors. 80Y sensors. So you are running a manufacturing unit in US which manufactures sensors. Okay, the product is sensor and the company is 80Y. The country is US. Okay, now you are receiving a request from me. You are receiving a request from me. Me means I'm a customer. I'm sending a order request to you, right? So here my request is I want 100 quantity of sensors. 100 quantity of sensors. Okay, and I am from Cuba. My country is Cuba. Okay, and my name is Arun. Okay, which means what? Arun is a customer who is placing an order of 100 sensors to US 80Y sensors. Okay, so Arun is a customer who is placing an order of 100 sensors to 80Y sensors, which is located in US. Okay, now here, what is the quantity? 100. What is the product? Sensor. From which company I am placing this order? I am placing this order from Cuba. Okay, and who is the customer? Arun is a customer. Okay, just assume that you are not using SAP GTS and you are not aware about the trade policy. You are not aware about the trade policy and you are not using SAP GTS. Okay, at the moment you receive this order, what you will do? At the
Yeah,
moment you
well,
receive this order, yeah, you will place. I mean, you will create your order from your side, right? You will create a sales order from your side, right? You will come. You will convert this request into order. Okay, what you will do? You will create a sales order to this customer. Okay, you will create a sales order to this customer to to Arun, country of destination is Cuba, and sensors and 100 quantity. Okay, so hope you all know what is sales order. So hope you all know what is sales flow. So if you don't know, let me explain. So at this moment, you just understand the sales flow is like once you, for example, let's take the real time example. So if you want to buy something in Flipkart, so what you will do? So you will open the Flipkart app, or you will open any e-commerce app like Flipkart, Amazon. If you, I mean, you will open any of this, and you will search for your product, and you will click on place order. Okay, so this order will go to what? Flipkart. So as soon as they receive the order, what they will do? They will send some order notification to you on your mail saying that your order has been successfully placed. That notification is called sales order from the company side. Okay, so here against this request, they have created a sales order. Once a sales order is created, what they will do? They will create an outbound delivery. So what is outbound delivery? Okay, for the same order which you placed on Flipkart or Amazon, after some day, you will get some notification saying that your order is ready to dispatch. Just assume that is delivery. That is delivery. Okay, and after some time, you will get the notification saying that your order is ready for out for delivery. So what you will do? You will wait for the delivery person, and he will arrive at your place, and he will place the order to you. I mean, he will hand over the product to you, and you will pay the amount, and you will get the product, right? And before that, we have to verify the invoice, right? We have to see the invoice, like what all the product, what is the product, what is the cost. So everything is mentioned in the invoice, right? That part is called billing invoice or performa invoice. So this is the just a simple overview, but in the real time it will be different. Like sales order, delivery, billing is a flow. Sales order, delivery, billing is a flow of SD. So in between delivery and building, we have some other process. Okay, but at this moment, you just assume this is the flow. Okay, now I have placed the request. So against this request, this company has created a sales order saying that we have created an order against your request, something. Okay, so once the sales order is created, what they will do? They will create a delivery, like it is an official document. I would say it's an official document. And once the delivery is created, what they will do? They will create an invoice. Okay, see here. This is from US and this is from Cuba. For example, if I want to send anything to other country, or else let's say I'm in Chennai and my friend is in Bangalore. My friend is in Bangalore and I am in Chennai. So if I want to send any material to him, or if I want to send anything to him, what I will do? I will go to the courier office and I will book the courier and I will enter all the address. So the courier person will deliver the goods to my friend who is located in Bangalore. So this is a simple process. But when it comes to cross-border movement, when it comes to other country, so we can't send anything just like that. We have to follow a lot of rules and regulations. We have to follow a lot of uh, laws. We have to follow a lot of rules. Okay. So in this case here you can see I'm going to send. I'm going to export a product from US to Cuba. Since it is a cross-border movement, we have to submit our goods to the customs authorities. We have to declare our shipment to the customs authorities. Okay, so we are going to declare our invoice to the custom authorities. It will be called as a pro forma invoice. We are going to declare. We are going to submit our shipment to the customs authorities. So once they provide the approval, then only we should move the shipment across the country. Okay, let's say this is the US and this is the customs in US. So this is my company A2B Sensors, and this is US Customs. So what I said. So before doing any cross-border movement, we have to submit our declaration. We have to submit our goods to the customs authorities. So here I'm going to export goods from US to Cuba. So before sending the goods to Cuba, I have to submit the declaration to customs. Okay, here I will submit this invoice to the customs authorities. I will send this invoice to the customs authorities. From here, from my place, I'm going to send the invoice to the customs. So what they will do at the time of verification in the customs, what they will do, the authorities will verify everything, like what is the product we are selling, and what is the product we are selling or exporting, and who is the end customer, to which location it is going, what is the mode of transport, and like what is the destination place. Everything will be there in the performa invoice. So they will verify one by one. Okay, at the time of verification, they come to know that the end country, the destination country is Cuba. As per the trade law or trade rule, we should not do any business with Cuba, which means we should neither import nor export to Cuba. Cuba is a embargoed country. Embargoed means restricted country. So Cuba is a restricted country. We should not do any business with Cuba. So in this case, what we have, we have, we are going to export to Cuba. In this case, what will happen? So they will raise multiple questions, right? So why are you sending a goods to Cuba? You are against the trade law. It is not valid. They will say what they will. They will issue penalty or they will issue fine. So if you repeat this thing, they will cancel our license. It involves a lot of trade risk. Okay, to avoid this, to mitigate this risk, we are using SAP GTS, and in SAP GTS, we are going to use a model called embargo. We are going to use a model in SAP called embargo. It's application area. Okay, so what this embargo will do? This embargo will screen all the destination country. For example, if you create any order to any, US to any other country, any destination country, so it will screen that destination country to check whether this country is banned by the government or not. In case if you create an order to any of the banned country, system will automatically block your order, saying that this country is banned, this country is in the embargo block. Okay, so here, right, United Nation, United Nation. So United Nation, I think there are 190 countries a part of this committee. So what they decided, so they have declared that we should not do any import or export to these 7 countries. There are 7 countries. Right? One is Cuba, North Korea,
Russia.
Syria. Russia is not embargo by UN, but Russia is a country-specific embargo. We will discuss that. Okay, Russia. Sorry, Syria, Sudan, Somalia, Iran, and for some case Iraq. Okay, so these are all the countries we should not do any business. Okay, so UN, right? UN, United Nations. So they declared that these 7 countries are the embargoed country. Embargoed country means restricted countries. Okay, if your country is part of this United Nation, if your country is a part of this 190 country, then you should obey this law. You should follow this law. Like you should not do any import or export to this country. If you are doing so, it will against our trade law. It will against our UN law. Okay. See, actually, my business employees or my employees are not aware about this embargo situation, anything. So what will happen? It will end up with a cost to your company. Like the custom authority will issue a penalty. So in order to avoid that, so we are using the application called embargo in SAP GTS. So this embargo application will screen all the destination country against this list of embargo. Okay, against the list of embargo. In case if your destination country matches with the list in the GTS embargo list, it will put a block saying that your order is on embargo block. Okay, this sort of screening is called embargo screening. Any doubts? Any doubts? Okay.
No.
Okay. Okay. Now let's say my destination country, my partner country is not Cuba. Now my partner country is, let's see, um, India or Germany. My partner country is Germany, which means to Germany I'm going to sell this item. Sensor. Okay. Now let's see. I'm going to submit this declaration to the customs. I'm going to submit this shipment details to the customs. So in order to get the approval. So once I get the approval, only when I get the approval, so that I can ship the goods across the country. Okay, now I have submitted my goods to the customs. So here, what they will do again, they will verify who is the end customer and who is, to which country these goods are going. What is the end product? What is the product? What is the quantity? Or what is the mode of transport? Everything will be there in that invoice, in the declaration. Okay, now at the time of verification, they come to know that this Arun is a terrorist. This Arun is a terrorist. What will happen? Obviously, they will ask, right, why are you doing a business with a terrorist? How long you are doing a business with a terrorist? right? What is the link between you and terrorist? Are you the part of a terrorist organization? So these many questions will rise, right? Again, it will cost your company, or they will issue a penalty, or the worst case, they will cancel your export license. We don't know, right? As a business user, as an employee, I don't know. As a ATOA employee, I don't know anything about the customer. If I receive the order, I will process the order. That's it. How do I know whether this person is a good person or a bad person? How do I know this person belongs to terrorist organization or not? There are millions and millions, billions of people in the world. How do I know each and every one? How do I know the background of each and every one? By mistake, if you create any order, if you are going to send, if you are going to supply goods to any of a terrorist, it will become a compliance issue to your company. It will end up with big consequences. Again, here some risk is involved. To mitigate this risk, to avoid these many things, we are using one more application in GTS, that is called SPL screening. SPL, Sanctioned Party List Screening. SPL. As part of our SPL screening, what system will do? System will screen the partner, customer, and customer address against the list of customer and address in the GT system. Okay, in GT system, we are going to upload a list of file. That file is called SPL file. So that SPL file contains a list of people who are all banned by the government, who are all belongs to the terrorist organization. It contains both the individuals, organizations, or any groups. It contains all the data. So we have to upload the data in our GT system so that if any transaction data is created, the partner address and the partner in the transaction data, it will get screened against our SPL list. In case if the name of the partner in the transaction data and the name of the partner, the name of the person in the SPL list matches, system will put a block. That block is called SPL block. That block is called SPL block. Any doubts? Please feel free to ask any doubts. Okay, fine. Okay. Okay, now let's assume this Arun is a good person. He is not a terrorist, and he is not belongs to any of the restricted
Arun,
organization.
sorry.
Restricted company. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, just sometimes some customers, bankers also blacklisted by OFAC
Yes.
or some. So
You're
in
right.
that
Yes.
case, which application will be
SPL.
work on?
SPL. Same SPL.
Okay, okay, got it.
Same SPL.
So
Okay.
from
Now
where
let's
will we get this data actually? Because it's not that easy that okay, you go to country or like who's actually banned and all. How will we actually add this data?
so here in GTS we have we have term called data provider. Okay, we are
Okay.
going to get the data from the data provider. Anyway, we will discuss in depth about this during our class. Okay, we have a concept called data provider. So what he will do, he will provide the list of SPL files which contains the banned partners and banned organization or banned groups. So we are going to upload that file in our GT system.
Okay. Okay.
Okay,
So it's a third party company which will provide, right? It's
third
it's
party,
it's
third
coming
party.
from the customer authority or like
Actually, this list, for example, let's say there are five. I think there are five, not five. There are multiple agencies, multiple government agencies are there, like Department of Commerce, U.S. Bureau of Information Security, and Department of Treasuries. Like this, there are multiple agencies are there. So what they will do, they will daily publish a list. They will daily
okay.
update the list in their website. So it is
Okay.
not possible for us to collect all the data from their website. So what we will
Hmm.
do, we will subscribe to our data provider. This data provider, what he will do, he will collect all the file from the different agencies, and he will consolidate it into a single file, and he will place that in their website. So as a GTS consultant, what we need to do, we have to download the file from the data provider website, and we have to upload the file in the GTS system. Okay. Anyway, we have a separate session for this. We will discuss during that. Okay. Okay. Now let's get back to the demo. Here now let's assume this Arun is a good person. He is not a terrorist. Okay, and he belongs to Germany, and Germany is not a embargo country. Now everything is good. Now everything is good. Again, in this case, I will submit the shipment details to the customs authorities. Shipment details to the customs authorities. So here now, what this customs authority will do? Again, they will verify everything, like what is the product, what is the customer, and to which location it is going, how many quantity, what is the mode of transport. Again, they will verify everything, and here they come to know that the product which I am shipping is a controlled product. It requires a license. The product which I'm shipping, it requires license. So by mistake, I don't have the license. What will happen? They will cancel our shipment, right? They will cancel our shipment saying that license is missing. Again, if you repeat this, it will end up with a penalty. In GTS, we have a concept called control and non-control. Control and non-control. Every product in the world will comes under these two, control and non-control. Control means what? The product has if the product has any harmful or any dangerous background, then it will be called as a control. For example, guns, bullets, nuclear weapon, missiles, some harmful chemical, okay, some dangerous goods like bomb, like that, and other thing like sensors, lasers, computers, what softwares. So these are all the control material. Why these are all called a control material? Because with the help of this material, we can do both good thing and bad thing. See what this company is manufacturing. This company is manufacturing sensors. With the help of sensors, we can do mobile phone and also we can do nuclear weapons. Right nowadays, all the nuclear missiles are equipped with sensors. With the help of sensors, I can do mobile phone, or I can do any harmful items, like I can use a sensor in any harmful goods, harmful material like nuclear weapon or anything. Okay. So in this case, if my product is falls under the control category, then I have to assign the proper license. I have to assign the proper license and ECCN. We will discuss what is ECCN later. Okay. So ECCN is a export control classification number. We have to assign this number to our product if it is falls under the control category. If you assign the ECCN number, then you have to assign the license for the product. In case if your license is not there in your product, system will put a block. That part of a block is called legal control block. Legal control block. In case if your material doesn't require any license, then system will not put a block. In case if your material is falls under a control category, then then if you forget to add any license, what will happen? Your system will put a block. That part of our screening is called legal control screening. Okay. Now all these three application areas are comes under a module in GTS. That module is called compliance management. Any doubts?
Yes, I have a simple query regarding this SPL. As you have mentioned that X person is something not eligible, then in this case, with the same name, there can be many people, right? And
Yeah, yeah,
this guy can keep his name itself into a multiple names. So there are heavy chances that this glitch can happen, and
yeah,
we end up selling to the wrong person because name doesn't make any or means why I'm saying is, do we because when I'm selling a person, I don't do any fingerprinting or retina verification is something we don't do, right? We will just send based on the name and the address. That can be manageable in this world easily. So
Yes,
how SAP is helping in this case?
it's really a good question. Okay, it's really a good question. For example, let's say there is a match with this name Arun. Okay, system found there is a name in the list Arun. I mean the name in the list in SQL entry. So system will put a block. But I know this Arun is not a terrorist. But also there is a terrorist whose name is Arun. Okay, which means what? It doesn't mean all the Arun in the world are terrorists, right? So by for system, if it finds a match, it will put a block. It doesn't matter who he is. If it finds a name match, name percentage, it will put a block. So what we'll do?
It will be something. So let's say the world's famous terrorist Osama bin Laden, right?
Yeah, yeah,
So he is died now. So
yeah.
nothing wrong taking his name. So let's say there is a person Osama bin Khan.
Mhm.
The system will block the transaction because it is finding a similarity between Osama bin Laden and Osama bin Khan. Or there might be another person, Osama, uh, Osama Muhammad or something, or whatever you want to say. But that it is still matching. Osama is still matching, right? So if there is a banned person under restricted party list by that name, system will still find the match and it will still block the transaction. And then it becomes a responsibility of a compliance team to verify whether it is a true match or it is a false positive or it's a true thing.
But yeah, it's
Exactly.
almost like an impossible task, right?
I will, I will come to that
How
point. I will come to that point. Just give me a
you
minute.
can identify the person? See, means it's impossible. I think the word suits here. How you can say that we even there can be two people with a XYZ, right? With the exactly same name. So
Sorry.
one may be not eligible and other may be eligible. Then how in that case? See, my only concern is name-based verification doesn't make sense for me. Okay, because in this world there are almost 8 billion people are there. Almost everyone has duplicate names. Means I'm not saying not generalizing, but there are high chances. Like Muhammad is word something more than 50% population has, I guess, because every person has their good or bad for certain community. Then how we will going to do this kind of verification, and it's a big question, right?
Let me explain. Let me
I'm just
explain. See,
thinking in the layman's term, if I'm going to implement
it's
SAP
a good one.
and I'm saying that SQL is there, it doesn't make any sense for me if you block based on the name.
Just give me a minute, sir. See here, as part of our SQL screening, we are not only screen the partner name. Along with that, we are going to screen the partner address. Okay. So whatever I told is just a overview, not an entire thing about SPL. So in SPL, we have multiple configurations involved. So based on that, system is going to put a block. Okay. See, as part of our SQL screening, it will screen the customer name, like if it is matches or not. In case if it match, we are going to maintain some percentage in the GT system. Okay, we are going to maintain some percentage in GT system. So based on the percentage only, it will put a block. For example, let's say I'm going to put 70% of match. The match percentage should be 71 or 70. The system will analyze like how many percentage is getting matched here. If it gets more than 70% or 70% match, it will put a block. Let's assume that here the match percentage is 80. So it will put a block here. System will put a block. See, this is only for the name, and we also have for street country combination. Okay, so if you inform system to consider a city and country, city, country, street, everything for the customer. So what it will do here? Let's say the customer is belongs to country India. Okay, and he's belongs to the state or city Chennai. Okay, so country, city, and name. Here, this Osama bin Laden belongs to Pakistan, and let's give some other thing like Rawalpindi, whatever it is. Okay, whatever it is, you can give. If you give, if you, I mean, if you maintain the configuration such a way that system should consider name, country, and city, system will put a block only if it finds a match. Only it finds a match on these three categories, these three fields. We have a configuration. If you want system to put a match based on the name, then system will check only the name. If you want system to put a match by considering all these three fields, then system will screen the customer along with his address and city against the SPL name, address, and city.
I think it will check even the exact spelling or something like, right? Like if you will Pakistan, if you will mention some spelling means P-double-A-K, then it will miss that, right? I'm just thinking.
Yes, sir, but system will understand this is a Pakistan, sir.
Yes, I know.
We
What
are,
I'm saying is, what I'm thinking is, it will mitigate the risk, but it will not completely eradicate the risk of selling to the wrong person.
see, sir. Anyway, there will be, there will be some negligence. Like for example, there may be a chance of system putting a block on a good person, good customer. So what will happen once system has put the SPL block? We are not blindly going to believe that. So what we'll do, we have a trade people. So the trade people will screen everything like for what reason does put a block. In case if it is a valid block, they will keep the block on. In case if it is not a valid block, they will release the block and mention the command as this is a false positive. They will mention the command false positive and then remove the block. Okay, GTS will help us to be compliant, but it is not 100% compliant with the SPL screening. That's the reason we are having a screening types and screening scenarios, which we will discuss during our class. There are multiple screening scenarios out there. Okay, and whatever I give is just a explanation and overview. It's not a complete
Thank you.
SPL.
Thank you.
Okay,
So, Arun,
yes.
uh, country, place, and customer name. Other than these three things, is there any special parameter like in India, if same person name but having their unique identity like Aadhaar or PAN? And if according to financial parameter, if in India, just as a financial parameter, we know the CIBIL is a financial parameter, and how much depends on civil, how much they are capable for doing a financial transaction with that XYZ party or some XYZ person. So is there any other parameter like some unique on a country base or some a region base?
No, we don't have such parameters. Like we can set up a screening based on the name, country, street name, city, and what else? Post box, postal code. So we
Yeah.
can have the screening based on these fields, not with a
Okay.
CIBIL score or other code.
Okay. Okay. Got it.
Oh, okay. So this is the compliance management. So under compliance management, we have embargo, SPL, and legal control. Okay. Now let's say I have all the uh, I mean license for this product, and I have all everything. I have everything. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to submit this declaration, submit this performa invoice to customs authorities. Okay, whenever you create any invoice, any billing document in the field system level, it will come to GTS as a declaration. You come to GTS as a customs declaration. Okay, this declaration we are going to submit it to customs authorities. This declaration we are going to submit to customs authorities. Okay, here how we are going to submit? We can submit directly with the help of GTS. So before
No, I
GTS, how
didn't.
people use?
Sorry, I didn't
Sorry?
get this declaration. Could you please come again?
See, one the simple. If you create invoice in the feed system level. So what we discussed? We have a flow, right? Sales flow, sales order, delivery, and billing. Okay, this billing document will come to GTS as a declaration. Based on some configuration, it will come to GTS as a declaration. In
Okay.
feed system, you will call this document as a billing document, but in GTS, it will be called as a declaration document. Okay, this declaration we are going to send it to the customs authorities. Okay, now let's see. Before GTS,
This declaration will trigger after posting into invoice, means in accounting document, after posting into accounting document,
no sir,
or
no, perform invoice, you
after
know, right?
creation of billing it will trigger.
See, we have two options, how to transfer the how to transfer the invoice. We want perform invoice to be transferred, or we want customs invoice to be transferred. We have a configuration for that. We will discuss that. Okay, so we can create a
Okay.
customs declaration based on both the perform invoice and the customs invoice. I mean that commercial invoice. Okay, it's up to us, but we have a configuration for that. We will discuss that. Okay, so now this declaration has reached to SAP GTS. From SAP GTS, we are going to submit the declaration to customs. Okay, now here let's assume that before SAP GTS, how people used to submit the declaration, how people used to get the confirmation from the customs. So what they will do, they will take the print of all the forms, and they will take print of all the required forms, and they will go to the customs office, and they will wait for days and days, and they will get the confirmation, and they will get the approval. So it will take even 2 to 3 days. Before nowadays it has been simplified, but in the earlier days it took more than 1 day. Okay, it depends on the flow in customs. But now, with the help of GTS, with a single click, we can send the declaration to customs and we can get the response within a fraction of seconds or within the 2 to 3 minutes. Here, there are some configurations involved to set up the communication between SAP GTS and to SAP GTS to customs authorities in your country customs. So there are two kind of filings. Okay, there are two kind of filings. There are two kind of filings in customs management. One is self filing and another one is broker filing. So in case of self filing, you will directly send the goods to the custom authorities. In case of broker filing, you will send your goods to your broker. Broker will submit the goods on behalf of you, and he will get the confirmation. Somewhere here I noted down. Um, See here, as part of our customs management, we are going to discuss about the communication part with the customs authorities. Okay, if you are doing a self filing, we have a separate topic, and if you have a broker filing, then our process is very simple. Okay, self filing is what? Without anyone's help, we are going to declare your goods to the customs authorities. For that, we have several configurations, which will be discussed in the communication part. Okay, and see, this is the flow. So whatever the message you're sending outside of GTS, that will be go as a M message. I mean, whatever the message whatever the declaration you send outside of GTS, that will be go as a M message, and it will reach the custom authorities. And custom authorities will reply back to you. That reply will reach to you in the I message, incoming message. I message means incoming message. There will be some numbers which we will discuss. And here you can see your declaration, the declaration you are sending, that will not directly go to customs. That will not directly go to customs. It will go to middleware first, and from the middleware it will go to customs. Okay, what is this middleware? Why we are using middleware? Middleware is it's object. It will convert your format into readable format of customs. Okay, so which means say for example you don't have a MS Office in your laptop or in your system. I'm sending a Word document to you. How will you open it? How will you open it? System will say that there is no application to open this or perform this activity. You will get that error, right? So which means what? You need to have that format. You need to have the software to read the file. Similarly here you can see the data which we are sending to customs from our GT system will go in form of IDOC. Will go in form of IDOC. IDOC is a SAP format for others who are not in the SAP background. I would say IDOC is a format in SAP. Okay, the data which we send outside of SAP will go in the IDOC format, but the custom authorities will not read IDOC format. They have their own format, but we will send with the IDOC format. So how it is possible? So that is why we are using middleware. So we will send the data to middleware. Middleware will convert the IDOC into readable format of customs, and it will send the data to customs. So now the customs can read our declaration.
What are the frequently used means most frequently used middleware in this case?
Debugger.
Okay, but
Debugger.
IDOC is something means it's a very old way of sending the data. Do we have something asynchronized way of sending, like once we create the data, automatically
Mhm.
it should trigger to the something is like that, or it's still we are using IDOC?
So here, once you create the customs declaration, when you click on execute, it will send the data directly to the customs. You don't need to convert anything. Okay. When you create the invoice, perform an invoice, it will come to GTS as a customs declaration. Okay. In GTS, you will be able to see the document number, everything, and also its system will ready to send the data to customs. So what you need to do, you have to simply click on some execute button. That's it. Once you click on execute button, system will automatically convert the data into IDOC and it will send the data to Seaburger. Your answer, question for answer is yes, we are still following IDOC functionality.
Okay, okay.
Okay, so this IDOC will go to this middleware. This middleware will convert this IDOC into readable format of customs, and from here it will send to customs authorities. So they will verify it and they will send the reply back to us, and that reply will reach to Seaburger, this middleware. This middleware will convert that customs format into the IDOC format, and it will send to our GTS system. We will receive that in our GTS system. Okay, in order to have this setup, we have multiple configurations. We will discuss one by one during our class, like communication process, like incompleteness procedure, custom code list, default data. We have multiple topics in customs management. We will discuss one by one. Okay, that's all about the customs management. So apart from this customs management, we have duty classifications and some special customs procedure. We will discuss everything during our class.
I have a question. So regarding the special customs procedure, what you are going to cover? OPR,
So I'm going to
IPR,
cover
FTZ,
uh,
bonded
FTZ is
warehouse.
not possible. Bonded warehouse, IPR, OPR. And
Okay.
see, you have to understand one thing. Here we are using a test system. Okay, it's a demo system. So
Hmm.
in order to use the special custom procedure, we need a real-time data. We need a real-time data. So this special custom procedure works only when we get the approval from the customs. So here we are not going to get any approval from the customs. So what I will do, I will share my screen and I will explain all the what all the configurations required. I have a step-by-step configuration guide with me. I have prepared a file with me. So I will walk you through that file, like what all the configuration we need, and also in system, I will show you what all the configuration we have to make for model warehouse, what all the configuration we need to make for IPR, OPR, everything we will
But
discuss.
the process point of view, you are going to explain the entire process, right? Yeah.
Yes,
Even though we are
yes,
not able to execute it due to
yeah,
system
I will explain.
limitation.
Yeah, I will explain everything.
And how about duty procedure thing?
For duty calculation, it can be achievable, but not much. We can create a duty and we can try to assign the duty in our invoice. We will create a duty, so we will see how to assign the duty in the invoice, how duty is being calculated in our for our transaction. We will see that.
Yeah. And here you are only talking about the sales processes. How about the inbound
See,
POs?
POs. See, when it comes to compliance, import and export will be same functionality for import and export. There is no difference. Obviously for customs also. Customs, when you send a declaration to customs, it will be called as export declaration. When you receive goods from the other country, you're going to submit an import declaration
But are you
for the
going
goods
to
you receive.
cover both import and export,
Yeah,
or you
yeah,
are
yeah.
just
Both import and
sticking
export.
with
Both
the
import,
export
export,
scenarios?
both import, export, and transit. Okay, but configuration wise, everything will be same. Configuration wise, it will be same for both import and export. But I will show you the differences between the import and export, and what all the transaction we are going to use in import and export, and what will be the difference in import and export. We will discuss that.
And how about the freight orders?
Sorry,
How about the freight orders?
freight order means what do you mean?
When we have, like, nowadays, SAP is upselling. Every client is going with the SAP TM, right?
TM. Okay, see, we don't have the functionality here. We are not going to. I mean, I will show you the integration part with the TM, but we are not going to discuss about the TM.
Because like ASR came, right, along with like when we are talking about E4H edition for
Mhm,
HANA, right? So then
mhm.
in that case, if TM is there, we have to make sure that we are integrating with ASR, advanced
If you take in that
shipping
case,
and receiving.
yeah, if you take in that case, we are integrating our E4H with the EWM and other softwares. So
Yes.
as part of this training, we are going to cover the integration between the feeder system to our GT system and GT system to our feeder system, like S4 to E4H and E4H to S4. And also, I will show you, if required, I will show the configuration parts for TM, like where to be configured.
Okay. And are
Okay.
you going to explain, like, so here we said two different boxes, right? But we can install SAP GTS under, so basically there are two methods, right? Co-deployment and hub deployment. So
So
when
here
it
we are
is a
not going to discuss about.
co-deployed, so that
Mhm.
means we have GTS under the same S4 box
Oh, we
on
are
top
going
of.
to no, we are not going to discuss that. We are going to discuss the standard and some customization. That's it. Not everything is customized. It's standard.
No,
I mean how
this is
S4 will
standard
configure.
itself, right?
See, yeah. See, in the real time, we are going to use only this one, like how S4 is granted with GTS. So here we are using a baddie and for RFC integration. So we are going to discuss that. Like we are going to discuss like how the data is created in S4 and how it is transferred to GTS. In GTS, what all the I mean functions or operations we are going to do will be covered. Anyway, at the end of this class, I will show you the syllabus, like what we are going to cover. You will get some idea
Mm-hmm.
about it.
Okay.
Okay. And that's all about the customs. Okay, and the next topic is preference. So what do you mean by preference management? Any idea?
Yeah. So if there is a product, so let's say we are manufacturing shoes in India. The leather is
Mhm,
coming from India. Sole is coming from Sri Lanka because Sri Lanka is they mass produce the rubber, right? And
mhm, yeah.
the thread which we are using to stitch the shoes is coming from, let's say, Nepal,
Mhm,
or let's say China, and the shoelaces are coming from Vietnam. Okay,
mhm,
and the shoes is getting manufactured in India, correct?
mhm,
And
yeah.
now we are exporting the shoes to, let's say, USA.
Okay.
India and USA, currently we don't have any free trade agreement. Or let's say
No.
we are exporting this shoes to UK, where we have free trade agreement. But
Yes.
now we have to declare the source of origin. So basically, which, like, how much it is qualifying, the product is calling for the free trade agreement, because UK government is thinking this product is coming from India, that means the product is originating from India, whereas only the leather is from India and the processing, so basically the stitching and manufacturing had happened in India. But whereas the lace came from Vietnam, thread came from Nepal, and the sole came from Sri Lanka, something like that, right? So that means we have declared all which portion and how much. And if this falls under the free trade agreement, that means subsequent processing had happened in India because the shoes got manufactured in India, and the
Mhm,
major part of the shoes is its leather. So that is from India. So it depends on the free trade agreement, how the trade agreement is written. And if let's say 50% of the this product is coming from the source of origin, which is India, then it falls under the preferential duty. In that case, UK government either put 100% duty free on this product, or it might be a preferential means instead of paying uh, let's say 10 pounds on a shoes, they might say you have to only pay 20%. So that means only just pay 2% duty to 2 pounds, and just that is how uh, this process is. This is what the preference management is, whether the product falls under. And when this happens, the UK company which is importing the shoes from India, so India's company, let's say Bata from India, or let's say whatever shoe company, so Bata, they reach out to Bata and they ask for the source of origin of this product, and it is some kind of form, and Bata has to just fill all that information, and Bata clearly mentions the things which I mentioned before, and that is how they submit it to so the UK company also knows, okay, the source of origin and all those things.
Exactly. Thanks, sir. Thanks for your explanation. See, preference management is mainly going to deal with the free trade agreements. Free trade agreements. So, what is free trade agreement? As he said, as sir said, it's agreement between a country. For example, let's say there is an agreement between US, Canada, and Mexico. So before this agreement, what happened? Whenever if anyone import anything from Canada to US, so what they will do? They have to pay the import duty. Okay, if for example I am in Canada and you are in US, I'm going to import something from you. So what I have to do? I have to pay the import duty. And if you're going to import from me, you are going to pay import duty to your government. So keep on going to pay import duty. What is the use of it? Okay, anyway, I'm going to import from you and you're going to import from me. Then why is the need of? Or, I mean, what is the need of? What is the use of this import duty? So they formed agreement called free trade agreement. That agreement, this agreement is between not between among U.S., Mexico, and Canada. So these are all the neighbor countries: U.S., Mexico, and Canada. So which means what? If you import anything, export anything from any of these countries, you don't need to pay any import duty based on some condition. Okay, based on some condition. So for US, Mexico, and Canada, the agreement is called as a NAFTA. Earlier it was called as NAFTA. Now this guy Trump has renamed it to USMCA. US, Mexico, and Canada. Which means what? If you do any transaction within these three countries, you don't need to pay any tax, import duty. Similarly, for European Union, we have IFTA. Like as part of IFTA, we have some countries like entire European Union. There are 27 countries in the European Union, and Switzerland, Greenland, Lithuania, and Norway. So if any transaction happens within these 31 countries, then you don't need to pay any import and export duty based on some condition. For India, India is a part of ASEAN and some other what agreement. Okay, the most famous one is ASEAN. Most recently, frequently uses ASEAN. Okay, so now whenever if you do any transaction within this agreement country, you don't need to pay any import or export duty based on some condition. That condition is called country of origin. Country of origin, COO. If the material which you are going to import, which is manufactured within this agreement country, then you don't need to pay any tax. If the country of origin of the material is not belongs to any of these three countries, then you have to pay import duty at the time of import.
I have some clarification here. See, as in a discussion, uh, so US is not taking any goods free of means they have some tariffs on us, but UK is free, right? So can we sell to the US through UK? Because UK is free and UK and US is
Possible,
free. Like means
possible.
as the previous example, huh?
See, wait. If see, for example, let's see. What you're saying is you're saying I'm going to send the Indian goods to US through UK, right?
Your country of origin is still India.
Country of origin is matter. Yeah, your country of origin is still India. Then you have to pay tax. If the
Okay, in
material, see for
US
example,
anyway we need to pay tax, even
yes,
whatever.
because
Oh,
the country of origin of your material is India. For example, I have manufactured a mobile in India and I'm going to sell to US. So what I do, I mean, as you said, I'm going to sell this mobile through UK. From UK, I'm going to ship to UK, US. Here, the country of origin plays a major role. So they will check country of origin. If the country of origin is belongs to India, then you have to pay tax.
Meghraj, to answer your question, so that is why now more and more countries trying to set up FTZs, so free trade zones. So in that case, they will just bring the product as a raw product in those country. So let's say in your case, you are saying we are sending it to UK, raw products, and then we are doing subsequent processing of that raw product and converting it into a finished product, and then exporting it from UK to USA. In that case, there will not be a duty because the form of the product got changed. In from India to UK, it went as a raw product, but in UK, it got converted into a finished product. So which is a different thing. It changed the form, and in because of that, and then it is coming from UK to US. In that case, it may not be liable for duties.
this is what I am expecting. So there are some litigations in everywhere, right? So there can be we can. Okay,
But
thanks, sir. Thanks for
again,
clarifying.
it totally depends on FTA, free trade agreement, how
Mm-hmm.
it is drafted.
Okay. Means how much even the product got changed from X to Y.
Yes, yes,
What is the
yes. There.
percentage of
So I am not
value
sure.
added?
Arun is expert. There are some methods. There are some methods in preference, which comes into which when. So I will not comment more on that. So whatever I knew,
No problem.
I
Thank you.
just.
Thank you.
So Megraj, whatever you asked, we are going to discuss in the preference management class. So we have multiple calculations,
Okay.
we have
Thank you.
multiple things over here. You see here, we have multiple things. We will discuss it. For example, let's say I'm in US. Okay, I'm a laptop manufacturer. Okay, I'm in US. I'm a laptop manufacturer. So here I'm going to import multiple components for my laptop. Let's take motherboard, screen, chips, key, camera, wires, mic, mousepad, touchpad, um, display, IC, RAM, ROM, LED. So these are all the product are going to convert into laptop. I am in the US. I'm going to import these many products. I mean these many components from the different countries. Let's say this motherboard, screen, and chips from Mexico, keys, camera, wires from Canada, and mic, touchpad, display from US, IC, RAM from China, and ROM and LED from Germany. Okay, so here, out of which, there are 13 components out there. Okay, there are 13 components. So out of 13 components, okay, see here, how many components are from the agreement country? So 9 components are from the agreement country, which means what? These 9 components are free from tax based on some condition. That condition is nothing but our country of origin. See here, I'm going to first, let's take Mexico. From Mexico, I'm going to import these 3 products, these 3 components: motherboard, screen, and chip. So, as part of a preference management, we will send on a declaration to the vendor, and vendor will confirm whether it is originated or not. Originated means it is manufactured within Mexico. So he confirmed that this motherboard and screen are manufactured within Mexico. So it will be called as an originated product. So at the time of import, we don't need to pay any tax. But this chip, he said that I bought the chip from India and selling to US. So in this case, the country of origin of a chip is Vietnam or India. So here it is non-originated. So like this, we have multiple components. Okay. So out of 13 components, 6 are non-originated and 7 are originated. Okay. And 6 are non-originated and 7 are originated. So we are going to manufacture a laptop. We are going to assemble the laptop with the help of these 13 components. So now I have assembled the laptop. Now I have assembled the laptop with these 13 components. The combination of both originated and non-originated product components. So now what will be the status of my laptop? What will be the status of my laptop? if I sell to any of the government country. So this calculation is called as a preference calculation, which we'll discuss during our class. So we have multiple calculations involved in preference. We'll discuss one by one. Okay, that's our preference. And last we have intrastat. So intrastat is nothing but it's a declaration used in the European Union. So you all know there are 27 countries in the European Union. So if there is any import and export happens within those countries, we will call that as an interest declaration. Okay, we will call that as an interest declaration. For example, I am in Germany and I'm going to export it to Netherlands. I'm going to sell something to Netherlands. So this transaction between Netherlands and Germany is called as an intrastat declaration. Okay, and here we have some threshold for each and every country in the Europe. Okay, for example, let's assume the threshold of Germany is 1 million euro. The threshold of Germany is 1 million euro. In case if a monthly transaction is exceeds that 1 million euro, then I have to submit the declaration to my government authorities, the country government. That report is called intrastat report or intrastat declaration, which we will discuss during our class. And
Means it
that's
will
all
be
about
it will be between two countries, specific countries, intrastate declaration.
as I said, intrastat is mainly for within the European country. So if I mean, if from Germany, for example, let's take you are in Germany, and if you are selling or importing anything from other European country, then it will be called as an intrastat declaration.
Okay, got it.
Okay, just give me a minute.
Monthly report is this between like every country has to in under European Union has to. You have Accenture content over here.
Oh, you're from Accenture.
I know who built this content.
I worked in Accenture, so I just got this. So here, these are the models we are going to discuss. Like one is compliance management, customs management, risk management, and ECO, electronic compliance and reporting. So as part of our compliance management, we are going to discuss this SPL, legal control, and embargo. Okay, as part of our customs management, we are going to discuss import declaration, export declaration, transit declaration, and this product classification, duty declarations, and this special customs procedure, and this customs communication. As part of risk management, we are going to discuss about this preference processing, and we are not going to discuss about this letter of credits and restitution. Why? Because SAP has officially removed this restitution from the GTS model, and this LOC now has been officially moved to finance model. So in GTS currently we have only preference management. Okay. And as part of our electronic compliance reporting, we are going to discuss about intrastat reporting and what all the prerequisites we need for intrastat. We will discuss that. And here, this is the syllabus. This is the syllabus. So in the first class will be the introduction class. The second class will be the master and transaction data setup. So as I told, we have some master data. We are going to transfer those master data to GTS, and we are going to transfer the transaction data, nothing but our sales order, delivery, billing document, everything, and what all the configuration is required that we will discuss here. And system integration, like how to transfer this, like on what medium we are going to transfer. So we are going to transfer the data through RFC. So RFC means a remote function call. So we will discuss what is RFC, how to configure, how to set up this in system. Everything we will discuss here. And general settings. So what is general settings? We have multiple things. So I mean, basically, this general settings will be called as a baseline configuration in GTS. Okay. So with the help of baseline configurations only, system will be able to create the document in GTS. So we'll discuss one by one. Like if you take sales order, we have. If you take a feeder system, yes, for ECC, we have a company code and plant. So for that company code and plant, we are going to create a FTO and legal entity in GTS. So it will be discussed during our this organization structure and partner structure, document structure. We have different topics. And here, the fifth model is compliance and legal regulations. So as I said, there are 5 models in GTS, right? Import, I mean, embargo, SPL, legal control, customs preference. For all those models, we have a unique legal regulation. Like embargo, we have a different. For embargo, we have a unique legal regulation. For SPL, we have a unique legal regulation. For legal control, we have a unique legal regulation. So we are going to create a legal regulation. So legal regulation is nothing but it's thing. It will capture the law, rules and regulation for the country. Okay, for example, if you are using for if you are, I mean, if you are selling anything from US, so what are the law we are going to follow? Those law will be captured in this legal regulation for US. Okay, now SPL. So SPL, as I said, it's a partner level screening. So what are all the configuration required for SPL level? SPL, we will discuss it, like master data setup, everything we'll discuss here. And legal control, like what are all the legal control, what are the configuration required in legal control, what are the license type, that we will discuss here. And we'll spend one day for general discussion. And customs management, so we are going to discuss about import process, export process, configurations of customs, communication process, and fallback procedures and special custom procedures. This is what we're going to discuss during the customs management part. And preference management, as part of a preference management, we will discuss what is preference management, master data, and FTA, everything, configurations, everything. And the last, intrastat. So in intrastat, we will discuss about what is intrastat reporting and what are the configurations involved in the intrastat. Like we have to create one term in GTS. It's called the provider of information. So that it plays a major role in intrastat. So we will discuss what is that and how to transfer the document. Everything we'll discuss here. And that's all about the content. Any doubts? Any doubts for anyone? Please ask if you have any doubts.
Are you sharing or we can't see anything?
No, I stopped sharing the screen. That's all about the class.
Okay, okay. How many hours are this session means to
It
complete the
usually
course?
takes 35 to 40 minutes.
So every day we will be having 2 hours class every Saturday, Sunday, 4 hours.
I'm planning for 3 hours.
3 hours means we are expecting almost 10 to 12 weekends something.
Yes, it could be. Like 6 hours in a weekend. Yeah, it comes around 6 or something. Yeah, 6 to 8 weekends I'll complete it.
No, no, no. Each weekend we are taking a 1.5 hour, you said, right? Means each week, Saturday three to 1.5 and Sunday 1.5. So it will be 3 hours,
Oh,
right?
oh, not like that. I informed. I got the information that I want to take 2 hours per day. 2 hours per
That's nice.
day. Okay, I said
Hmm.
that. Is it okay? I can take 3 hours per day. I mean, 3 hours on Saturday and
But
3
we
hours on
need
Sunday.
some gap, right? We need some gap. I
Yeah, yeah.
don't have any
Anyway,
problem,
anyway,
but
anyway.
we
See,
need some.
anyway. We'll have. I mean, I will give some gap. I will give some break of 10 minutes or 5 minutes. I can guess
But
in
it will
between
be
the
too
class.
heavy, yeah. 3 hours means what? We are
See,
not
not
much kids.
3 hours means, see, not 3 hours means not entire 3 hours. Maybe it will be completed in 2 hours or 2.5 hours. Roughly, I say 3 hours. I mean, the round I will say 3 hours, but it will take at least two hours or 2.5 hours to complete it.
So it will be 2.5 hours means it will be within a 1.5 month you are going to complete the course almost.
Yeah, maybe it can go 1 or 2 weeks, plus or
Yes,
minus.
yes. Maybe 2 months you are completing the course. Okay.
Yeah. Any other doubts? Okay.
Yeah, the syllabus don't show what we have discussed. You just mentioned special procedures, but yeah, I'm really interested in that OPR, IPR, bonded
Uh-huh.
warehouse.
Mhm. We will discuss that. Actually, I don't have a document with me right now. I have joined with my other system. So during our class, I will show you like how to, what are the configurations involved in the bonded warehouse, IPR, OPR, everything we will discuss. Okay.
See, Arun, I am least worried about configuration. SAP itself provides the configuration guide, right? It is there.
Yeah. Yeah.
So basically, I would like to walk through with good real-time examples,
Definitely,
IPR,
sir.
OPR, and bonded warehouse.
Definitely. But here the thing is, we don't get the data right. So IPR, OPR will be possible only with the real-time examples.
But how about bonded warehouse?
Same. All the special custom procedure requires a real-time example, real examples, real-time data. See, we have some dependencies. Like we can create a stocks after we receiving the confirmation from the customers. So here we don't. Here we will not get the confirmation from the customers. So I will show the configuration setup, and I will show you how it will be. So I have some screenshots. I will show you that.
And are we going to talk about few enhancements which are very common, right? So sometimes, let's say we are receiving files from MKData, Descartes,
Mhm.
Ropar, right? These are the data providers.
Yes.
So most of the time client says we would like to automatically
Yes.
upload those files.
Mhm.
So what that is an enhancement. It is not a standard thing, right?
It's
So
not
because
static.
yeah,
It's an enhancement.
so are we
So what?
going to cover such kind of enhancement? So this is just one of them. So there will be
Um,
multiple.
See, mostly we will cover the standard ones, standard one. But enhancement, if required, I mean, I know there are some enhancement involved in the GTS operations. I will discuss only those enhancement, not
So
much.
let's say I will give you an example. So
Mhm.
we are importing products from China. Let's say I'm just making up an example. Imports from China to USA, right?
Okay.
So, and I would like to see what kind of duties I am paying
Hmm.
on my PO, my
Hmm.
purchase order.
Okay.
So how we will see those kind of duty conditions. So like in my PO, there should be a condition, right? Which is showing duty. PO should
Yes.
have PO has a pricing,
Yes. Pricing
but that
conditions. Yes.
duty calculations is happening in GTS, right?
Yes.
So how we will push back that value of duties for that particular PO on its line item.
It's not like that. Anyway, we have a session for custom security calculations. We will discuss that. We are going to create a. I will show you how to create a duty calculations, and I will show you like once I create duty calculations, how duty is going to be calculated. Everything we will discuss.
Yeah. So basically, I'm just making up this. I may be wrong with my examples, but I'm just based on my experience. I'm just putting some queries over here.
Okay.
So this kind of requirements may come, right? Because if even if I am an O2C guy, let's
Mhm.
say I would like to know my all duties, correct?
Right. Yeah. Right.
And but my duties are happening in GTS. So it's like
Mhm.
we are seeing feeder system data is going to GTS, but how the response or we need specific values from GTS coming from GTS to feeder. How that is how we are going to achieve that.
So everything will be discussed there. So not exactly,
Okay.
but not
So
exactly
you
what you
got
said.
my
But
question, right?
yeah,
What
yeah,
I'm
yeah,
saying. Yeah.
yeah, yeah. I can agree, but not exactly what you're saying. But we have some different process in GTS for duty calculation. We'll discuss that.
Hmm. Or let's say uh, products. So material,
Mhm.
basically. One material can be manufactured in multiple plants, right?
Yes.
Yeah. So how we are going to classify because it is the same product, right? So I let's say I have one plant in India, one in China, one in Malaysia, and it's the same product, right? And
See,
when
sir,
we
one
are
more thing. Product classification part is not, comes under the GTS consultants. So GTS consultant, what they are going to do, they are going to set up the configuration for the path. Like, for example, there's a thing called structure. So they will go to configure the structure for it. Like, for example, let's say for US there will be a 10-digit code. For Germany it will be 8 or 11-digit codes. For Vietnam or some other EU countries it will be 8-digit codes. So we are going to configure the structure for these codes. This
Mhm.
classification will be done by the trade compliance team, not us. we are going to upload a file in GTS. That file is called HTS file. With the help of that file, they will classify the product. As a consultant, you are just going to configure the structure of the HTS based on the country. As I said, there will be a multiple countries: China, India, US, European Union. So some part of European Union country are using a 8-digit code, and some part are using a 10-digit. US is using 10-digit. China.
Based on the country, they are going to configure the structure. This is what we are going to do as a consultant. This classification part, this falls under the trade compliance. Trade compliance team will do the classification.
Yeah. Okay. Got it. So let's have such kind of interactive session. I'm really interested in that. So then why just let's not do just okay, these are the standard configs. Let's do it, and then yeah, this is done. So any kind of odd things if you would like to share and cover, that will be great. So like based on your experience, or maybe you can say here might be we might have to do an enhancement or something. So see, I have O2C background, so I know like a lot of enhancements from O2C side now, and have pretty good idea about like license determination, because as I mentioned, I was working for an world's leading fertilizer company, and we were selling other agricultural products like seeds and pesticides, insecticide, herbicide, which are highly regulated in US, and they need a lot of licensing. So licensing part, I know like what you mentioned, ECC and ICC and numbers, I know that. But the so we know like what kind of enhancement we did and that kind of thing. So like from O2C
Everything will be
side
discussed.
as well.
So
But
everything will be discussed, but not much into enhancement. We are going to
no,
focus more on the standard part, not much
but
in
they,
enhancement.
yeah, but you can just provide the standard. There should be some standard BAPIs, user exits, or something in GTS as well, right? So if we have to
Yeah.
do enhance, yeah. So are you going to share those kind of standard things with us?
Yes, definitely.
Okay. All right then. Nothing. No more questions from my side.
Thank you. Thank you all. If there is no questions, we can end up the call. Okay. Thanks for joining the call. Thank you.
Thanks. Thanks.
So, with respect to sales or purchase, if we are, we are having a transaction with restricted company or with controlled substances. So we do have a product which, facilitate us to have all those kind of checks with respect to country or materials. So and with respect to the customers, specific to the customers also, if they are restricted customers. So all those things can be, incorporated and built in the system, and can be leveraged during sales transaction and purchase transaction.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. So SAP GTS is a standalone system. SAP GTS is a standalone system. I would say SAP GTS is a receiver system. Okay, which will receive the data from the feeder system. Feeder system means like our SAP S4 or ECC or some other ERP system outside of SAP. Okay, so GTS will receive the data from the feeder system, and in GTS it will perform some checks. What are all those checks? We will discuss. Okay, it will update the screening status of the data. What all the data? We will discuss. Okay, also with help of SAP GTS, we can submit our declaration to the customs authorities electronically. Electronically, we can submit our export declaration to the customs authorities. Okay, and with the help of SAP GTS, we can calculate the preferential status. What is preferential status? You all know about a free trade agreement. Okay, so there is a term called free trade agreement in trade. So what is Indo-Free Trade Agreement? Agreement for free trade. Trade means what? Import and export. Okay. If there is an agreement between the two countries, then they don't need to pay any tax during import. Okay. So based on some condition, they are not going to pay any tax. That will be covered in the risk management. We will discuss that. And also we have a topic called electronic compliance and reporting, which is nothing but intrastat. So SAP also supports the intrastat declaration. Intrastat means, like for example, let's assume EU. I mean, it will be applicable only in EU. Okay, so there are 27 plus countries in the EU, European Union. So if there is any transaction between these 27 countries, and that will be called as the intrastat declaration. Okay, so as part of our SAP GTS, we are going to cover everything. We are going to cover everything. So why SAP has introduced this model GTS? So you all know, right? I hope you all remember the Twin Tower attack in US. Remember, right? Twin Tower attack.
Yes.
You're talking about 9/11.
Yeah, 9/11. You're right. 9/11.
Hmm.
So it is simply called as a 9/11 terrorist attack. Terrorist attack. Okay. So here, some group of terrorists hijacked a port plane, and those plane, those flight, had collided with the, the Twin Towers, which means the what to say, the trade building in US, which was happened on 9/11. Hope you all know this.
2000, I think
Yeah,
2001.
2001. Yeah. So after this incident, so everything has changed rapidly. Like everything has changed rapidly. Like for example, let's say before this attack, there was no strict laws and regulations for import and export. There was no checks on import and export. There was some checks, but not as compared to this current checks. Okay, or I think September 11, I guess September 11, 2001, terrorists hijacked the four commercial airplanes in the United States. Two of those are American. I don't remember the name. Okay, they were deliberately crashed into the north and south towers of the World Trade Center in New York City. Okay, so after that incident only, all the government, like especially the US and European Union, they stricted their laws. They stricted their laws and regulations, rules and regulations for import and export. They implemented a new strict rules for international trade, including a mandatory screening of sanctioned parties, export controls, embargoes, and they tightened their customs check. Okay, so prior to this 9/11, so foreign trade functionalities were included within the ERP model. Okay, so but were not designed for the increased complexity and uh, regulatory scrutiny post attack. So before this attack, how it is used to be, like they used to have all these thing in a single model, in a ERP model. Like we have a basic functionality called foreign trade. So with the help of the foreign trade only, they used to do this many trade actions. But after this attack, as I said, all the government has implemented the new rules. They strictened the laws and regulation in the border, and they improved the customs check everything. But it was not possible for SAP to compile all these things with a single model. So hence they introduced a new model called SAP GTS. Okay, it was introduced in 2002, and later on later on new version have been introduced. Like after some time, they introduced the GTS 7, 10, 7.2, 11, 10, 11. Now currently we are in the GTS E4H version. Okay, so this is the evolution of SAP GTS. Like in 2020, first edition of HANA released in 2020, and 2023 the updated release offering further enhancement. In 2025, the latest released by 2025, containing improvements and alignment with the SAP S4HANA. So we have the latest version, SAP S4HANA. Let me share my screen. Now see my screen.
Yes.
So as I said, in SAP we have four models. One is compliance management, customs management, risk management, and electronic compliance and reporting. So what is compliance
Can you
management?
make it in presentation mode?
Okay. So as I said, there are four modules in SAP GTS. One is compliance management, customs management, risk management, and electronic compliance and reporting. Okay. So what is compliance management? You all know, when you export or when you are import from other country, you have to be compliant. You have to be compliant. Compliant in the sense, which means what? You have to be. You have to be cleared from all the checks. Like there are some certain rules. There are some certain checks are there. You have to pass all the checks. Which means what? There are three kinds of checks in compliance management. One is sanction party list screening, SPL. Second one is legal control. The third one is embargo. Actually, the correct order is embargo, SPL, and legal control. Okay. So we have three kind of checks. One is embargo, SPL, and legal control.
This for the both side, like a custom side and supply side, both side. We need to check this kind of rules.
Whenever you're going to export, whenever you're going to export, this will act against the customers.
And
Whenever
import
you're going
also.
to import, yeah, whenever you're going to import, it will act against the supplier.
Mhm.
Okay. For example, let's say I'm going to buy.
Screen sharing is not happening. Yeah.
Just wait, let me show it again.
Yeah, I can see already open some Excel, right? Excel panel.
Okay, then fine, then fine, fine.
But there's a little size is very, we need to maximize this.
Can you see my screen now?
No, for me, no.
Others, can you confirm?
Yeah, for me, okay.
We can see the screen.
Okay. Maybe sir, you can just try to join again.
It's showing a screen is being shared, but it is four dots are moving. Nothing is. I can't see anything.
Open the Excel sheet.
No, I can't see it.
What about the others?
Yeah, Excel. I can able to see this Excel.
Fine, fine. Then fine. I think there's an issue at your end, sir. Okay, let's see. I'm running the organization in US. Manufacture sensors. Okay, so I'm going to export these sensors to this person. Customer who belongs to Cuba. Who belongs to Cuba, and his name is XXX. Okay. Okay, I'm in US. So I'm just going to send this send my product to this customer in Cuba. I don't know anything about him. I know nothing. I don't know nothing. Who is he? Where he belongs to? What business he is doing? I don't know anything. But I want to send my goods to him. I want to make revenue. So I want to send my goods to this customer. So let's just think about it. Without knowing anything about the customer, if you sell anything, if you sell your goods, what would happen? It would turn into anything, right? See, the sensor is a control item, I would say. Like with the help of sensor, we can do anything. We can manufacture a mobile, or even we can manufacture the bombs. Nowadays, all the missiles and bombs are equipped with the sensors. We can activate the bombs, everything with sensors. So he could do anything, right? He could do anything with this product. But how do I know? How do I ensure the product which I'm selling to the person is a good person or bad person? That is where we are using SAP GTS. That's where we are using SAP GTS.
But anyway, in SD also one part of export import concept is a foreignary
That,
translation.
that's what I said. Before SAP GTS, they use a simple functionality.
Mhm.
So under foreign trade, still we have some simple functionality, but SAP GTS has an external one. Like we can do anything with SAP GTS.
Mhm.
Okay, it's a dedicated model for this trade compliance and customs management. Okay, let's see. I'm going to sell my goods to this customer. I don't know anything about him. I'm not using GTS now. Okay. I don't know anything about him. Okay, what I will do, I will send the product. I will prepare an invoice, right? That invoice will contains what? Quantity, to whom I'm sending, what is the location, what is the value, what is the mode of payment. Everything will be there. Everything will be there, and these data will go to the customs authorities. These data will go to the customs authorities. So I have to get the clearance, right? I have to get the clearance before I ship my goods outside of the country. Yes or no? It's just a basic concept. Whenever you are sending anything outside of your country, or whenever you're shipping across the country, you have to submit the declaration to the custom authorities. The custom authorities will provide the approval or rejection. So based on the approval only, your goods can ship across the country. This is a basic thing. Whenever you are shipping anything outside of the country, you have to declare the shipment to the customs authorities. Okay. So your customs authorities will tell whether your goods is good to go or not. Okay, now let's see. So before sending the goods to this customer, I have to submit the declaration to the customs authorities. Say customs. Okay. So here what I will do, I will submit everything. I will submit everything, like everything means all the details about the shipment, like to whom I am selling, what is the end customer, to which location I am selling, what is the destination country, what is the product, what is the quantity, what is the value, everything will be there. Everything will be there. At the time of verification, the officers in the customs come to know that okay, the order is going to Cuba. Cuba is the embargo country. Cuba is a restricted country. Cuba is a restricted country. So what they will do? They will reject this declaration, and they will warn us. They will give us a warning, or sometime the worst case, they will issue the penalty, or in some worst case they will cancel our export license because we are doing a business with the restricted country. So how do we know whether the Cuba is a good country or bad country?
Also, some validation you need to document, need to update
We have
the.
yeah, we have a application called embargo. We have an application called embargo. As part of our embargo, as part of our embargo, our GTS system will take care of this check. We have application embargo in GTS. So as part of this embargo check, our GTS system will take care of the destination country check. Okay,
I mean,
this embargo,
customer is
yeah, this embargo application will screen the destination country of our customer. This embargo will screen the destination country of our customer. Like there are some countries, which are all banned for doing import and export, like Cuba, Syria, North Korea, Somalia, Sudan, Iraq, sometimes Iran. Some countries Iran is also banned. Okay, so these are all the countries which are all banned for doing import and export. This ban was declared by United Nations.
so in
United,
this case, each country wise some rules authorization, right? Each country wise. I mean, for example, India coming to India. For example, take the any Pakistan. I mean, we don't
yeah,
have
yeah, you're
not
right.
required
You're right.
to.
You're right. So embargo is a common topic. Under embargo, we have some subtopics like a country wise or other country wise. We have some other topics. I'm just generally giving some overview about embargo. Okay, so these are all the countries which are all banned by the United Nations. You all know what is United Nations. United Nations is a committee, I would say, a group of countries formed a committee called United Nations. So we have to obey with the laws of United Nations. The United Nations has declared that these countries are the embargo country, which means the member of the United Nations should not do any import and export with these countries. Okay. So under embargo, as you said, we have some country level check, multiple things, but I am just giving the overview. Okay. So if you have embargo in your, I mean, if you have SAP GTS, then you must have embargo. So what embargo will do? Embargo will check at the time of creating a sales order. Embargo will check, okay, whether this order, the country of the destination of the partner is belongs to embargo region or not. In case if it is belongs to embargo region, system will put a block right away. System will put a block right away, saying that this order is blocked for embargo, and you will come to know. Okay, we have created an order for the country which is in the embargo region. So what will we do? We can politely inform to the customer saying that as per the rules and regulation, we should not do business with your country, so we cannot process this order. You can cancel the order. That's it. Okay. So this is how the embargo check will work. Very first screening in GTS is embargo screening. Embargo will screen the country level of the customer. The country level check against the customer. Okay. Now let's say my customers belongs to India. Okay. Or let's say the customers belongs to Pakistan. The customer name is XXX or Arun. Let's take Arun. Okay. I received an order from customer who belongs to Pakistan. Okay, who has the base location as a Pakistan, and he raised order to me. To me means I'm in US. I have received order from this customer in Pakistan. So what I will do, I will create order. I will create an order. That order will create everything in that and see if Pakistan is not an embargo country. So system will system will not put a block, and I create all the orders, and my order is ready for shipment. So what I will do, I will before sending the order to the customer, I will submit this declaration to the customs authorities, saying that who is the customer, what is the customer name, like what is the quantity, what is the product, what is the value of it, everything I will send. Everything I will send it to the customs authorities. Again, at the time of verification, they will verify what is the destination country, the Pakistan. Good to go. What is the customer? The customer name is Arun. And then they come to know that, okay, this Arun is a terrorist. This Arun is a terrorist. And they will ask, why you are doing a business with terrorist? What is the link between you and the terrorist? How long you are doing with the terrorist group? Again, there is a chance of getting penalty, or they will cancel our export license. That's a chance, right? If you are doing a business with a terrorist, just think about a layman point of view. For example, if you are doing a business or if you are doing any import and export with the terrorist, what they will think? Okay, why this guy is sending goods to the terrorist? Or these organizations are part of the terrorist group. So they will think like that, right? It's a normal. So if you caught by customs, they will, as I said, they will cancel your license or they will issue some penalty. It will cost your company. In order to avoid that, again in SAP we have application. It's called SPL, sanctioned party list screening. Sanctioned party list screening called SPL. So as part of our SPL, as part of our SPL check in GTS, system will screen our customer and our customer address. Our customer and our customer address. So in SAP GTS, we are going to feed data. We are going to feed data. It contains a list of restricted partners, list of restricted partners, or list of denied partners. So those lists will be given by the data provider. We will download the list from the data provider and we will upload the list into our GTS system under SPL screening. Okay, so that whenever if we create any sales order, that sales order will come to GTS for SPL screening and embargo screening. As part of our embargo, system will screen the destination country, and as part of our SPL, system will screen the partner and their address. Okay. Now, if your partner is in the SPL block, which means what? Your partner is identified as an entry in this SPL list. Then what system will do? System will put a block saying that your order is blocked for SPL. Your order is blocked for SPL. So once it is SPL blocked, we can come to know that okay, we have created an order to some of the restricted person.
Excuse
That was
me,
that's the case, right?
don't
Yeah.
mean, so is
Yeah.
a partner mean like a who's a supplier that is the partner?
Customer. We are talking about export. Customer. I'm talking about export. I'm talking about export. Export means the partner means the customer.
Little confusing. Supply can export, right? Supplier can export and
In GTS, just keep in mind, we have a term called a business partner. We don't call this as a customer or vendor. We have a term called a business partner. Whenever you are export something to anyone, see, for example, you are running a retail shop. You are running a retail shop. To whom you will supply the goods? You will supply the goods to the customer, right?
mm,
That's the concept of export. In export, you will supply the goods to your customers.
okay,
Okay, so those customers in GTS will be called as a business partners.
okay, okay.
Okay, there is no concept of vendor and customer in GTS. In
Mm,
GTS, we will call this as a business partner.
mm.
Okay, any doubts?
I think. Yeah,
Okay,
even they side also import side also we call as a business partner, right?
I will come to that part. I will come to that part. First, I will come to this export part, then I will come to the import part. Okay, so as part of our SPL screening, system will screen the customer. Okay, let me be open. The system will screen the customer, the business partner. Customer and their addresses. If system find a match, it will put a block. In case if our sales order is on SPL block, we can check for what reason system has put a block. There must be a chance, right? Not all Arun are terrorists. In the SPL list, there is a name called Arun. Okay, in the SPL list, there is a name called Arun. He might be different Arun and he might be a different Arun. For system, if it finds a match, it will put a block. It's just straightforward. It won't think, okay. But we know this Arun is a different guy and this Arun is a different guy. System has put a block based on the matching. System found some match, so it will put a block. Now we know, right? This Arun is not a terrorist. So what I will do, we will send this request to the trade compliance team. In every business, there will be a team called trade compliance. They will verify it. They will verify the blocks and they will upload other activities. Okay, and they will check and they will remove the block. They will check and they will remove the block. Okay, now SPL block is removed. Okay, now let's come to the next part. Okay, so what is the product here? The product is sensor. The product is sensor. Okay, okay. Now again, I'm sending the declaration to the customs. The office in the customs will verify who is the end customer, who is the, what is the destination country. Everything they will verify, and they come to know that okay, this Arun is not a bad person, and the Pakistan is not embargo country, and okay, they will come to the product. So what product we are shipping? We are shipping sensor, right? So sensor means what? As I said, sensor is a controllable item. Every product, all the product in the world has been categorized into two categories. One is control and non-control. Control and non-control. Non-control means what? Harmless materials like a bottle, box, pen, mirror, a case. So these are all the harmless materials. Harmful material. It's not harmful, but a control material. Control material means what? Let's say sensors, computers, lasers, softwares, servers, and these are all the control items. Because with the help of these items, we can do good thing and we can do bad thing. Okay, now let's take the example of sensor. Sensor is one of the control item. With the help of sensor, we can do anything. Nowadays, all our mobile phones are equipped with the proximity sensors. With the same proximity sensors, we can build a nuclear weapon. We can build a missile, nuclear missile. Anything can be possible with this, right? Anything can be possible. So that's the reason this sensor will comes under the control category. If you are shipping this kind of category to other country, you have to assign the required license to your order. You have to assign the required license to your order. In case if license is not there, your orders, your goods are not allowed to cross the country. The officers in the customs will check whether you have, whether you have assigned the proper license or not. In case if you not assign the proper license, again there will be a chance to get penalty or they will cancel the export license. To mitigate this risk, we are using one more application in GTS that is called legal control. Legal control. So as part of our legal control, what system will do? System will screen our product. System will screen our product. Will check if it requires a license or not. If there is a license required, it will look for the license. If there is no license, it will put a block. It will put a block. And we have to assign the license, then only we can remove the block. Okay. So as part of our SAP GTS, we have three kind of screening under compliance management. Okay, these three screenings or comes under the compliance management. Compliance management. So under compliance management, we have three screenings. One is embargo, SPL, and legal control. Okay. So embargo means a country level check, SPL means a partner level check, and legal control means a material level check. These are the three screening will happen whenever you create a sales order and delivery. Please keep in mind, whenever you create a sales order and delivery, these screening will happen. I hope everyone is from the SAP background, so you all know the flow of SAP. You all know the flow of sales order, delivery, perform invoice. High level flow, I'm saying. Maybe in some order may require a PGA, but in the high level flow, I'm saying sales order, delivery, and perform invoice. So these data, when you create a sales order and delivery, these two data will come to GTS for screening. Sales order and delivery will come to GTS for compliance screening. As part of our compliance, system will screen embargo, SPN, and legal control. Any doubts? Okay. Similarly for import. So what is the import process? Can anyone tell? Anyone tell what is the import process?
We are going to create PR, PO, Migo, and Miro.
Fine. Simple. We are going to purchase something from the vendors. Right. In simple term, I can say I'm going to purchase something from some vendor. Okay. That is the process of import. We call it as a P2P, procure to pay. But what is the functions in procure to pay? We are simply we're going to buy something from the vendor. Okay. Let's take. I'm going to. I mean, again, I'm in US. Okay, I'm in US. I'm manufacturing a sensors. I'm manufacturing sensors. Okay, and I need some special equipments for sensor. Need some special equipment for sensor. So what I will do, I will. I know my vendor. I know my vendor who is in Pakistan. I know my vendor who is in Pakistan. The vendor in Pakistan, and his name is Arun. His name is Arun. Okay, what I will do, if I require anything, I will buy something from the vendors. Okay, so this process is called import process. I'm importing something from other country to my place. Same concept is applicable. Same concept will applicable. When you create a purchase order, that purchase order will come to GTS for screening. Again in GTS, these three screening will happen. Embargo, SPL, legal control. As part of our embargo, system will check the vendor country. As part of our SPL, system will check the vendor name. As part of our legal control, system will check the product, whether the product requires license or not. Okay. And when you create an inbound delivery, again that inbound delivery will come to GTS for SPL screening. Sorry, SAP GTS screening. Again, these three screening will happen. Okay. So in case of export, we are going to screen the customer. In case of import, we are going to screen the vendor. Let's say you are going to import a product into your place, into your company, into your country. So your order is coming from Pakistan to US. So before importing, I mean before take the goods into your place, you have to submit the import declaration. Anyway, we have some options. Like we can submit the declaration prior to goods receipt and after goods receipt. We will discuss later. Okay, but I'm just giving the overview. Okay, again, whenever you're going to import something to your country, you have to submit the import declaration to the customs authorities. You have to submit the import declaration to the customs authorities as like our export declaration. So the import declaration, it contains all the data. Who is the vendor, from which country the goods are coming, and what is the product, what is the quantity, everything will be mentioned there. And based on that, they will provide an approval. So based on the approval only, you can import the goods into your place. Any doubts?
No.
Yes.
I'm good. Arun.
Great. Fine. So this part of our screening is called compliance screening. It is the one of the model in SAP GTS. One of the model in SAP GTS is compliance management. So as part of our compliance management, simple term I can say we are going to be compliant. That's it. We are going to be compliant. Like we have other three applications. With the help of these three applications, we are going to be compliant. Okay. As a consultant, you should. I mean, you should not screen any orders. Maybe you can screen it, but you can't remove any orders from the block. As a consultant, you are not authorized to remove any block, even though you have access. In most of the project, consultant may have access to remove the blocks, but we should not do it. Okay, there are some team, business team or trade compliance team. In case if you get any blocks, you have to forward the mail or you have to forward this scenario to the trade compliance team. They will verify it and they will remove it. As a consultant, you just need to set up the system. That's it. You just need to set the configuration for screening. That's all your work. You can screen, but you cannot. You should not remove the orders. Please keep it in mind. As a consultant, you should not remove any orders from the block.
Sorry, Arun, could you please come again here? What you said? You should not?
We should not remove any blocks. We should not remove any blocks.
Means blocks in the sense? I did not get.
This is the block. See, when if you say for example you are creating a sales order, the sales order is going on a SPL block. That is a block. Is a block. If you get such block, okay, what you will do? You have to forward the mail. I mean, you have to forward this thing to the trade compliance team. There will be a team called a trade compliance team in your project. Okay, they will remove the block. They are from the business side. They will remove the block. You should not remove any blocks. If your order is on SPL embargo or legal control block, you are not authorized to remove any blocks.
Yes,
Okay,
yes, got it. It's a
I told
business.
right. I told right. For example, if I get a block for SPL for the name Arun, okay, what you will do? Okay, this is not the same Arun as this list, as the name in the list. But in
Got
this
your
account,
point, Arun. Got your point. Got your point.
fine, then okay. Okay, so this is how the compliance screening will work. So the next topic is customs management. So what is customs management? So once you complete all your screening, for example, you are good to create a performa invoice. Okay, once you create a performa invoice in the feeder system, that performa invoice will come to GTS as a export declaration. I'm talking about export. Okay, I'm talking about export. When you create a performa invoice in the feeder system, it will come to GTS as a customs export declaration. Okay, with the help of the customs export declaration, you are going to submit your goods to the customs authorities. You're going to submit the goods to the customs authorities. Okay, so under customs management, we have these many processes. Product, sorry. Classification, duty calculation, special custom procedure, and customs communication. Okay, so I will just give some overview about customs management. So in customs management, what we will do, when you create a performa invoice, that performa invoice will come to GTS as a customs export declaration with the help of the configuration. Okay, we will do the configuration. Okay, once export declaration has come to GTS, the business users will trigger this export declaration to the customs authorities. For example, if you are in the US, for US we have the custom system name is. Okay, they will send this declaration to the ACE custom system electronically. Electronically from GTS, we can directly send the customs declaration to the customs authorities. That is the beauty of GTS. We're going to spend a time like if let's say before GTS, how people used to submit. They used to go to customs office. They have to wait for a long day. Sometimes it will take 2 or 3 days, and they have to wait for the confirmation. So once they confirm, we can then only we can ship our goods. But in this case, in a fraction of a second, we can send the declaration to customs, and within a fraction of a second, we can receive the confirmation from the customs. This is possible only with the SAP GTS.
So, Arun, we are talking about the documents which are being, required in export and import. We are talking about those documents. Let's say we are talking about a country of origin is required. So, what kind of goods we are sending, those declaration is required. So, all those things we are sending into the custom, and they are automatically approving it.
You are right.
Okay.
You are right. So, for example, when you are shipping anything, for example, you are going to ship, and you're going to export something from US to other country. So, what are the documents are required? Those documents will send to the customs authorities, and with the help of those documents, they will verify it, and they will respond within a fraction of seconds. In those cases, it will take up to 5 to 10 minutes. Okay, they will respond it, and we can Once we got the confirmation from the customs, we can ship our goods. Okay. So for this part, we have multiple configurations like customs communication. So in customs communication, we will configure like we will configure like what is the setup, what setup is needed, like what documents we are going to send, how we are going to send, to which system we are going to send, what all the messages we are going to send. Everything will be discussed in this customs communication process. Okay. And we have a topic called the product classification, which we'll discuss later. And we have duty calculation. This is also we'll discuss later. And as part of special custom procedure. So special custom procedure is a part of a customs management. Okay. So apart from the normal custom situation, we have some special customs procedure. Nothing but bonded warehouse, IPR, and OPR. Okay. So here, for example, let's say when you are import anything from other country, what you will do? You will pay tax. You will pay tax and you will take the product into your place. But with the help of this special custom procedure, we can get relief from the tax. We can get relief from the tax. Like we have some procedures like bonded warehouse, IPR, OPR, and FTZ. We are not going to discuss about FTZ. We are going to discuss about bonded warehouse, IPR, and if possible, I will cover OPR. Okay. So here, with the help of these special custom procedure, we can get relief from the tax. Okay, based on some conditions, we will discuss that. Okay, so here you can see let's say I'm in US. I'm in US. I have my export declarations with me. Now I'm going to send the declaration to the customs. So what I will do? I will trigger the declaration from SAP GTS. That declaration will directly go to the customs in US. Customs in US. So how it will go? How it will go? We will discuss. Okay, and we have one more thing. We have a term called a middleware. We have a term called a middleware. Why we are using a middleware? Why we are using middleware? Because see here, the data which we send from the GT system will not directly go to the custom system, because here from GTS we will send the data in the format of IDOC. Please pay attention. Here we will send the data in the format of IDOC. From GTS we will send the data in the format of IDOC, but custom system will not read IDOC. They have their own format. They have their own format. Custom system will not read IDOC. Here what we will do? We will employ one term. It's called middleware. We will employ middleware. So what this middleware will do? Middleware will receive the data from the SAP GTS. Okay, I mean the IDOC data. Custom declaration will go in the format of IDOC. Okay, and here in middleware, the IDOC will be converted into the readable format of customs. IDOC will be converted into readable format of customs, and from middleware it will send out to customs. Customs will receive the data in their format, and what they will do, they will verify it and they will send the confirmation to middleware. This middleware will convert the readable format of customs into readable format of SAP GTS. It's the IDOC. That IDOC will receive into GTS system. So this information may contain approval or rejection. So based on that, we can ship our goods. Any doubts? Any doubts so far?
Middleware is separate tool like in a part of in GT SAP or GTS.
When you buy SAP GTS, this middleware will come along with that. When your client is going to buy SAP GTS, this middleware will also come along with that. The middleware name is called Seaburger. The middleware name is called Seaburger. Seaburger is a middleware. It will come along with your SAP GTS package. You don't need to buy separately.
Oh,
Okay. Any doubts so far?
Is
Okay.
the
So
same
what?
case when we do not use iDocs, say web services?
Sorry.
The same case when we use web services.
Yeah, yeah. We can use web service.
In that case, iDocs will be rolled out, right?
Yes. The most commonly used is IDOC. I will tell. See here, what I said, we are going to send the declaration in the format of IDOC. Okay, now I can see. So whenever I'm sending a message to customs in GTS, we have to give some name for that message. Whenever I'm sending any message outside of the GTS system, okay, we have to give some name for that message. That name is called this M message. Whenever you are sending any data outside of a GTS system to custom system, that message will go in the name of M. M1234 or M2537. This M and this number will differ from country to country. This M will be same and this number will differ from country to country. Whenever you are sending any message outside of SAP GTS system, that will go in the name of M. Whenever you receive any message from the custom authorities to GTS system, it will receive in the name of I. So M message is an outgoing message and I message is an incoming message. Please be noted. M message is an outgoing message and I message is an incoming message. So out of this, apart from this, we have these two messages P and E, which we'll discuss during our customs configurations. So as part of our customs management, we are going to discuss about what is customs management and what all the communication required to communicate our customs authorities. And see, so far SAP is just supporting a self-filing only for these 14 countries. Only for these 14 countries. What is self-filing? Self-filing means what? Electronic declaration. Electronic declaration. For example, if I'm in US, I can use electronic declaration. SAP GT supports US for self-filing. We can send the data electronically to customs authorities. So like this, we have 14 countries like US, Germany, Netherlands, UK, Austria, Australia, New Zealand, Switzerland, Belgium, France, Spain, Denmark, Switzerland, and China.
Arun, could you please tell us means how it will differentiate? Means electronically, here also we are sending IDOC and through the middleware it will trigger M message and we will receive I message, right? And how it will differ if we are doing same thing in India?
In India, I will come to the part, sir. I will come to the part. See, self-filing means we are directly communicating to India. Directly communicating to the customs authorities. Please keep in mind, self-filing means we are directly communicating to the customs authorities. Okay. Currently, SAP GTS is supports only for these 14 countries. Only for these 14 countries, self-filing is eligible or possible. Okay, like US, Germany, Netherlands, UK, Austria, Australia. Okay. For example, in that too, for Australia and New Zealand, SAP supports self-filing only for export. Only for export, not for import. Okay. Then what rest of the countries will do? Let's take. I'm using SAP GTS in Singapore. I have a plant also in Singapore. So what I will do? How to communicate with the customs? You have to communicate customs with a broker. You have to communicate customs with a broker. Sir, you asked right how we are communicating to. How we are doing in India. In India, we are not using a self-filing with SAP GTS. We are using a broker filing. So what we will do? We will send the data to the broker, or we can communicate with the broker. The IDOC will send to broker. The IDOC will send to broker, or in a simple way, what we can do, once a declaration is created, we can take a print and we can send the mail. We can download the form and we can send the form to the broker. A simple way when you are using a broker filing. we have two kind of filing. One is self-filing, electronic filing, and broker filing. So for other countries, apart from these 14 countries, some other countries are still using SAP GTS. So for those countries, we are sending a declaration through broker. So first we will send the declaration to broker. Broker will submit the declaration on behalf of us, and he will send the communication to us. Okay, let's take India. I'm in India. If I'm using SAP GTS here, what I will do, I will send the information to the broker through IDOC or through mail. Okay, that broker will send the, submit the declaration on behalf of us, and he will get the confirmation to us. And here you can see for Australia and New Zealand, SAP supports self-filing only for export. What about import? For import, they have to use broker filing. They have to use broker filing, and these are all the custom systems for the respective countries. For US it is ACE, for Germany it is Atlas, for Netherlands it is DMS, for UK it is CDS, for Austria it is EZOL, for Switzerland it is EDEC. I don't remember the other countries exactly. Okay, so as part of our customs management, we are going to discuss these all topics. Any doubts?
Coming to brokers, mean like is a part of GTS, like who will do like this kind of again configuration is required or through mail?
So as I said, we can the simple way to have the broker communication is once you create the export declaration in GPS, system will print some form. Okay, you will just download the form and you can submit. You can send it to the broker. In my current project, we are following that way only. We are not involving any IDOC anything. GPS system will generate a form. We will download the form and we are sending the form to the broker. The simple way of communication.
Okay.
Not employing any IDOCs, but still some companies are using IDOC. That's up to them.
And we are sending automatically. Sorry, please go ahead, Sagar.
So for broker, you means to say freight forwarder.
Freight forwarder, I would say, yeah.
Okay.
We are sending automatically the data to the broker, and broker will take forward from there. And means in this case, we need to pay some charges and something to the
Yes, sir.
broker, right?
Definitely, sir. That's business ethics. We don't need to care about it. As a consultant, we have to serve the communication as as per their requirement. Okay, we have to pay. Definitely, we have to pay.
Means that payment and that charges kind of thing will we calculate in GTS?
We will discuss that. We will discuss. We have a separate topic for that. We will discuss that. We can
Cover
split
right
up.
everything.
Everything will be covered.
That point. Okay.
Okay. And
And
the simple way of broker communication. Yeah, please go ahead.
so in E4H is cover is not required to again GTS learn version, right? Is any changes is there in E4H?
Changes means see the functionality wise, configuration wise, everything will be same in both GPS 11 and E4H. Only the difference is the UI interface. In GTS 11, you will use GUI, but in E4H, you will use prioritize.
Why I'm asking means some company they still using 11 version. If
As
we learn
functionality wise, configuration wise, everything will be same in both 11 and E4H. And see, by this year end, December 2025, all the companies should migrate to E4H. SAP is going to stop their supports for GTS 11 version. So nowadays, all the companies, most of the companies have been migrated to E4H. Okay, so E4H will be the good.
and
And see,
one
we can still,
one doubt
yeah,
actually. I'm non-background like a SDMM. I'm pure
okay.
technical. So actually in interview they will expect like a combination. I think they mean interviewer. So is it right or like no need to directly conjugate is enough.
No, sir. See here, whenever you go for interview, okay, they will just ask what is it. They will ask some things about GTS, and they will check your knowledge, but they will don't ask like what kind of experience you have in other models. Okay, you just say you have the experience in GTS. That's it. I will teach you like what all the things you need to tell in the interview. I will tell you. Okay, And see here, as I mean, this is a part of. I mean, this is what about this is all about the customs management. As part of customs management, we are going to discuss about import, export, communication process, everything. Okay. And the third model, risk management. Risk management. So, in if you check, if you have a GTS 11 version, you can check under risk management. We have still we are using GTS 7. Okay. We have preference processing, letter of credit, and restitution management. Trade preference processing, letter of credits, and restitution management. Okay. SAP has officially removed these letter of credits from the E4H. It is now with the FICO finance model. I don't think the exact application. I think it is treasury, I guess. Okay. Under treasury, now it is available. Letter of credits is now moved to FICO, SAP FICO. Okay, and this restitution is mainly used in what European units. Okay, in European units they use this, and this is mainly for the agriculture business. If you are in Europe and if you are doing agriculture business, then you can use this restitution. And then later, Europe has decommissioned this process. So SAP also removed this application from the SAP GTS. Now under SAP GTS, under risk management, we have only one model that is called reference management.
Could you please come again with the restitution? I missed that point.
The restitution was mainly focused for the agriculture business.
Okay, okay.
Mainly focused for the agriculture business, and since it was biased to only one business, you was decommissioned this process. So now SAP also removed this process from the GTS application. So currently under risk management, we have only one model that is called preference management. So what is preference management? Any idea?
In preference processing, like they have
Yeah,
mentioned.
preference management. Yeah. See,
It's
preference
like a
management. Yeah. Go
it's
ahead.
like a trade agreement between two countries.
Right. Anyway, thanks for the answer. So preference management is mainly going to deal with the trade agreements. It's called free trade agreement. What is meant by free trade agreement? It is an agreement for free trade. What is trade? Import and export. Import and export are called as trade. Okay. For example, I am in US and you are in Canada. If I import anything from you, I don't need to pay any tax. We have agreement. We have an agreement. So based on agreement, if I import anything from you or you are going to import anything from me, we are not going to pay any tax based on some condition. Okay, based on some condition, we are not going to pay any tax. That condition is called country of origin. We will discuss. We will discuss this later. Okay. For example, there is agreement between US, Mexico, and Canada. So if I import anything or if I do transaction within these three countries, I don't need to pay any tax. I don't need to pay any tax. So this agreement is called USMCA. Earlier it was called as NAFTA. Earlier it was called as NAFTA, and this guy Trump, Donald Trump, he renamed this to USMCA in 2020, I guess. Okay, he renamed it to USMCA, US, Mexico, and Canada. And similarly for European Union, we have another agreement. For European, we have EFTA. So in EFTA, we have some group of countries like entire Europe, Greenland, Switzerland, some other countries are there. And for India, we have an agreement called ASEAN. ASEAN is a agreement, a preference agreement in India. So you won't believe there are more than 300 plus agreements in the world between country to countries. Okay, so this will be discussed during the risk management topic. Okay, so preference management will mainly help us to understand whether the product is eligible for tax free or not. Okay, just keep it in such way. Okay, it will help us to understand whether the product we are shipping or we are importing it requires tax or not. We will
We
discuss
call
that.
as a mutual understanding.
Yes, between two countries based on the agreement. Okay, that's all about the preference management. We will discuss this. The last topic we have Intrastat. We have Intrastat. The application name is Intrastat. The model name is Electronic Compliance Reporting. Electronic Compliance Reporting. See, this same as our custom declaration, but only thing is here we call as a interest declaration. Why here we call as an interest declaration? Let's see. Um, I'm in Europe and you are in Netherlands, and some of our colleagues in, I mean, some of our partners in France, what else? Belgium, other European Union, Spain. Okay, I want to supply the goods to all of you who are in the European Union. I want to supply the goods to all of you. Okay, when I do so, that will be called as an intra-fact declaration. If I export anything or if I import anything from any of the countries within the Europe, that will be called as an intra-fact declaration. So why do we need this intra-fact declaration? Anyway, see, if I export something to other country, it will be called as export declaration. But why in Europe specifically we have this topic intra-fact? See, as I said, there are 27 countries in the Europe. Okay, again, as I said, if anything, any import and export happens within these 27 countries, this will be called as an intra-fact. So why this European Union has implemented this? This process. See, even though Europe is a single market, we have 27 countries inside the Europe right now. All those countries are having their own customs, our own government, and own border. Right? Their country officials would like to know the details, would like to know the transaction which has happened in their country. So that's the reason they have introduced this process called intrastat. For example, there is a threshold for all the countries in the Europe. There is a threshold limit. There's a threshold limit for all the countries in Europe. Let's say for Germany, we have a threshold limit of let's take 1 million euro. Let's assume 1 million euro. For this current month, if my transaction exceeds that threshold limit, then I have to submit my entire declaration to the customs authority. For example, let's say my total transaction of this month has more than 1 million euro. Then what I have to do? I have to submit the interest declaration to the customs authorities, which means I'm going to submit the entire transaction which was happened in this month or previous month to the customs authorities. So this will be a monthly once declaration. That your your country authorities will come to know. Okay, from this country, for this company, we have exported these many materials outside of our country. From this company, we have exported these many goods outside of our country. So it will help us to calculate how much goods are going outside of the country, or how many goods are coming inside of the country. Okay, and also it will help them to calculate the tax. So whenever you export something, what you will do? If you export, you will grow. If you are grow, you will pay tax, and your country will grow. The same concept, simple concept. Okay, and that's all about other things. And that's all about today's class. From tomorrow, we will discuss the configurations. Like there are some configurations like master data, initial transfer, automatic transfer. There are multiple things which we will discuss tomorrow.
Yes, sir. Around the class will be for 2 hours or 1.5 hour. What do you prefer?
Planning for 2.5 hours, 2 hours for class and half hour for doubts.
Half an hour for doubts. So we have
Yeah,
done for 1.5 hour today. So tomorrow onwards it will be 2.5 hours. You are saying?
mostly. See, not every day. Not all the weekends. It depends on the topic. If topic, done before 2 hours, we can go. Or if it requires some extra time, we can spend.
Okay, okay, okay.
So tomorrow we are going to discuss about the multiple things like how to transfer the master data, how to transfer the master data automatically to GTS. So everything we will discuss tomorrow. Okay, from tomorrow onwards, I will start the configuration class.
So will you provide note?
Sorry.
Will you provide any material to
Yeah. I have already transferred all. I have already sent all the notes and the configuration guide to the team, experts of team. We can get it from them.
Yes,
My better advice is don't see anything now. Just complete some course. Just complete some class, and then you can take a look, so that you can understand. Or else you'll get some unnecessary doubts. That's it. Okay, let's start. Good morning, Megharaj, and good morning, Prashant. So only we three are going to have a call today.
Arun, actually, I was not aware that today we are going to have a class. So actually, I'm outside. I'm attending from phone.
Oh,
So uh,
oh, sure.
no problem. I'll be listening.
No issues. Okay. Mhm. Yes. Okay, let me share my screen. Now see my screen.
yes, sir.
Fine. So in our last class, what we discussed GTS is a standalone system. GTS is a standalone system, or GTS is a receiver system, which receives the data from the feeder system. Feeder system means what? Our S4 system. This is our feeder system. This is our GTS system. So as part of this process, what we will do, we will transfer the data from the feeder system to GTS system. Feeder system is nothing but our S4. Okay. So what kind of data we are going to transfer? We are going to transfer transactional data and master data. These two data we are going to transfer from feeder system to GTS system. Okay. So for example, if you want to have screening, if you want to have screening for sales order, what you need to do? You have to transfer the sales order. The sales order is called transactional data. So transferring a sales order is not enough. It's not. Transferring a sales order is not sufficient for GTS to screen. We have to transfer the master data. We have to transfer the master data. Master data means what? Our customer master, vendor master, material master. So without the master data, system will not do screening for our transactional data. Please keep it in mind. Without transferring of master data, GTS system will not screen our transactional data. Okay, so how this transactional data and master data is going to transfer, we will discuss. So here we are going to maintain a bridge. Here we are going to maintain a bridge between our feeder system and GT system. So data will transfer from feeder system to GT system through this bridge. And the data will transfer from GT system to feeder system again through this bridge. This is a two-way communication. We are going to maintain a two-way communication between our feeder system and our GT system. That communication is called RFC communication. That communication is called RFC communication. RFC means a remote functional call. We are going to maintain a remote functional call between our feeder system and our GT system. so that the data will transfer from feeder system to GTS system and GTS system to feeder system. Okay, any doubts?
No, Arun. I'm
So as
good.
part of our this system communication, we are going to discuss three topics in our feeder system. One is what is system communication and how to transfer the data between these two systems. Second one, transfer of master data. Transfer of master data. And third one, transfer of transactional data. So here we are going to discuss about these three topics. So what is system communication? In system communication, we will discuss about what is RFC and how to configure the system. In transfer of master data, we will discuss how to transfer the master data. Master data means our customer master, vendor master, material master. And the third topic, how to transfer the transactional data. So here in transactional data, we are going to discuss that how to transfer our sales order, outbound delivery, performer invoice or billing document, purchase order, inbound delivery or material document. How to transfer this data to GTS. So this is what we are going to discuss in the first two classes. Okay. So system communication. So this will be covered tomorrow. This will be covered tomorrow. So what is RFC? Everything will be covered tomorrow. And this one, transfer of master data. So here we have two kind of transfer. One is initial transfer. Another one is automatic transfer. Here we have two terms in transfer of master data. One is initial transfer. Another one is automatic transfer. So this is what we are going to discuss today. Today we are going to discuss about how to transfer the master data manually and how to transfer the master data automatically. So these two topics we are going to discuss today. Okay. And before that, I have to show you something. See here, as I told, we have two data. One is master data, another one is transactional data. So we are going to transfer these two data to GTS. We are going to transfer these two data to GTS. So as part of our master data, we have customer, vendor, and material. In ECC, it will be called as a customer and vendor, but in GTS, it will be I'm sorry, in S4, it will be called as a business partner, vendor business partner, and customer business partner. Okay, when you transfer a customer vendor to GTS, in GTS it will be called as a business partner. When you transfer a customer and vendor to GTS, in GTS it will be called as a business partner. When you transfer a material to GTS, in GTS the material will be called as customs product. The material will be called as customs product. Okay, so these three are called as a master data. So apart from these three, we have some other master data. Okay, we have some other master data also, but at this moment you just focus only on these three master data. One is customer, vendor, and material. When you transfer these data to GTS, in GTS it will be called as a business partner and custom product. Okay, so this part of our process called master data transfer. So this we will discuss today. And let's come to the transaction data. So transaction data is nothing but our sales order, purchase order, inbound delivery, outbound delivery, and billing document, material document. Okay, so from the sales side, so here we have three documents, three transaction data. One is sales order, another one is outbound delivery, another one is billing document. So these three are the transactional data from the sales side. Yeah, these three are the transactional data from the sales side. When you transfer the sales order to GTS, in GTS it will be called as a customs export document. When you transfer the outbound delivery to GTS, again in GTS it will be called as a customs export document. When you transfer the billing document, like an invoice or performa invoice, anything, if you transfer the billing document, that billing document in GTS will be called as a customs export declaration. Customs export declaration. When you transfer the PO on inbound delivery to GTS, these two documents in GTS will be called as a customs import document. Why import? This PO inbound delivery will be taking place in the import process. Okay, PO and inbound delivery in GTS will be called as a customs import document. When you create a material document or when you create a GR, in GTS it will be called as a customs import declaration. Customs import declaration. And by the way, you are not going to transfer anything to GTS. At the moment you create this data in GTS, at the moment you create this transactional data in your feeder system, immediately system will create its associate document in GTS automatically. We don't need to transfer anything. At the moment you create the data here, it will automatically create these document in GTS. We don't need to transfer or we don't need to create anything. System will create these documents automatically. Okay. And in the last class, we discussed about the SQL screening, embargo screening, and legal control screening, right? So those compliance check will happen only on this sales order and outbound delivery, and purchase order and the inbound delivery. Okay, the compliance check will happen, will take place only at the sales order and the outbound delivery, and purchase order and the inbound delivery, not at the billing document and material document. You clear? Any doubts? Doubts?
Yeah, Arun, it's okay.
Fine. Okay. So as part of our master data, we are going to transfer these 3 data, and as part of our transaction data, we are going to transfer these 6 data. Okay, and let's see here. So once you create a sales order, with the help of some configuration, based on some configuration, system will create a customs export document, and our GTS screening will taking place for this customs export document. For example, when you create a sales order in GTS, it will be called as a customs export document. For this customs export document, GTS system will do the compliance screening, SPL, embargo, and legal control. Once all the checks are green, once all the checks are in release state, then system will allow you to create a outbound delivery. Again, that outbound delivery will come to GTS as a customs export document. Again, these screening will happen. This screening will take place. For example, let's say I have created a sales order. Okay, I have created a sales order. That sales order will come to GTS as a customs export document. Okay, and this screening will take place. For example, let's say my order is released for SPL and embargo, and it is blocked for legal control. So as part of our 3 check, 2 has been released and 1 has been blocked. Without removing the block from this process, you will not able to create the outbound delivery. If you try to create an outbound delivery without removing the block, system will say this order is blocked for legal control in GTS. You will get the pop-up at the time of creating the delivery. So in order to create the subsequent document, you have to clear all these checks. All these checks must be green. Then only you are able to create the outbound delivery. Let's say, for example, I have removed all the blocks. Everything is green. Now you are able to create the outbound delivery. Again, once outbound delivery is created, it will come to GTS as a customs export document. Here, this time also, there is a block for legal control. Unless until you remove the block from the delivery, you won't be able to create the billing document. It could be performa invoice or whatever it is. To try to create a performa invoice for reference to this delivery, system will throw you an error saying that this outbound delivery has been blocked in GTS for legal control. So you have to remove the block in GTS. So unless until you remove the block in GTS, you will not able to create a building document. Okay, the same concept will be applicable for import process. Okay.
Arun,
Yeah.
Arun, let's say at the delivery level, there is a SPL or embargo check is getting failed. So system will allow to process PGI.
We have we have some configuration for that, sir. We will discuss that. We have some configuration. Maybe we will discuss that tomorrow. We have a
Oh,
configuration that in case if GTS system is down, for example,
oh,
there is an issue with the GTS system. So what will be the response in the feeder system? Should the feeder system allow us to create a subsequent document or not? We have the configuration. We will discuss that tomorrow. Any doubts up to this? Doubts?
I'm okay.
Let's go to CC. Before that, we need to discuss about the T codes. In S4, the T code is this slash SAP SLL slash menu underscore legal auth. This is the T code in S4. Same in GTS, the same T code, but here we are not going to add the R3 in the suffix. So this is the GTS cockpit T code in GTS. SAP slash SAP SLL slash menu underscore legal, and this is the same T code in S4. This T code is called as a GTS cockpit. GTS cockpit. Again, this T code is also called as a GTS cockpit in feeder system in S4. Okay, this is the GTS cockpit T code. This is the GTS cockpit T code in GTS, and this is the GTS cockpit T code in S4. So if I open this T code in GTS, let's see. Slash n slash SAP SLL slash menu underscore legal. This is the cockpit. This is the GTS area menu cockpit. So here we can perform all the activities like SPL, embargo, linear control. Here we can perform all the activities. Simply it will be called as a cockpit. For example, if you want to check SPL, you can go to SPL here and you can perform whatever the activities you want. And legal control import, like it is for import process for license, and this is the export process for license. And this is the master data. Okay, anyway, we will discuss this in our upcoming classes. Okay. So these are all the cockpit. But the only thing is in E4H. In E4H, since this is the demo system. This is the demo system. So here I can use this. But in the real time, you will not be able to use this T code in the production. In the production, you will not be able to use this T code slash SAP SLL slash menu underscore legal. You will get that. You will get on error saying that you are not authorized to use this, or this T code is not valid. Something it will come in the real time. Okay. The real time in the production system, you will not be able to use this T code. Okay, but instead you can use this T code in the lower environment. I would say like quality and development. You can use this T code. In the lower environment, you can use this T code. similarly, if you open your feeder system S4, you can execute the same T code by adding R3 in the suffix /n /SAP/SLL /menu _ legal R3. Oh, sorry. /n /CP/LL /menu _ legal R3. This is the cockpit area of S4. This is the GTS cockpit of S4. So here you can see multiple tabs: documents, master data, follow-on functions, uh, initial transfer of documents, initial transfer of master data, basic settings. So as part of our GTS cockpit in ES4, we are going to discuss only these three: initial transfer of documents, initial transfer of master data, and basic settings. Okay, now let's discuss about initial transfer of master data. So today we are going to discuss about initial transfer of master data and automatic transfer of master data. Okay. So what is initial transfer of master data? Any idea? Can anyone tell? What is initial transfer of master data?
During cutover.
Great. Really appreciate it. During cutover activities, you will do it. Okay. But what is called as initial transfer? The name itself saying initial transfer. The name itself saying this is initial transfer. Means what? For the very first time, when you are going to implement GTS, you have to transfer all the data to GTS, all the master data to GTS. For the very first time, when you're going to transfer the data, you have to transfer all the data to GTS manually. Please note, please make a note, during our cutover activities, after implementing the GTS, after implementing a GTS, your job is not done. You have some other job to do. This is one of the job. Like on this initial transfer of master data, which means what? After implementing a GTS, just assume that you have implemented GTS. Just assume that you have implemented GTS. Now, since you implemented GTS, is your job done? No, you have to do some cutover activities. What are all those cutover activities? See, till yesterday, your client was using only the feeder system, S4 system. Now they are going to use GT system. Okay, from now onwards, whenever if any transaction data, any sales order is created, that sales order will go to GTS for screening. Okay, from now onwards, when you create any sales order, that sales order will go to GTS for screening. But what did I say in our today's class? What did I say in the beginning? In order to have the screening, we must transfer all the data to GTS. We must transfer all the master data to GTS. How to transfer? Okay, so we have some configuration with the help of the configuration. When you create any data in the future, it will transfer automatically to GTS. When you create any master data to GTS, it will automatically transfer to GTS. We will discuss that further. Okay, we are going to have one configuration. So with the help of the configuration, that configuration will transfer all the newly created or any changes done for the existing data. So what the configuration do? The configuration will transfer the newly created master data to GTS, and also if there is any changes done for the existing data, that will be transferred to GTS with the help of the configuration. We will discuss the configuration. But now let's see. But how do we transfer the existing data here? So here in my feeder system, I have multiples. I mean millions of data, like millions of customer, millions of vendor, and millions of material. How do we transfer this data to GTS? So first of all, I have to transfer all these data to GTS manually. No way. There is no way. You have to transfer all this master data to GTS manually. Okay. So how to transfer? Let's say here in your feeder system you have 1 million or 1 million of customer. 500,000 of vendor. Again 1 million of materials. So you have these many data in our feeder system. You have these many data in your feeder system. So now GTS system is empty. Now GTS system is empty. GTS system is not having any data now. GTS system is not having any data. Now let's say you're going to create a sales order now. You're going to create a sales order. Sales order for one of this customer and one of this material. What will happen once you save the sales order? That sales order will transfer to GTS, and in GTS it will create a customs export document. This is what we discussed, right? But here you can see these data are not transferred to GTS. In this situation, if you create a sales order, that sales order will transfer to GTS, and it will display as a technical incomplete data. Technical incomplete. It will display as technical incomplete because of this missing customer and material. Because we haven't transferred the customer and material to GTS. Please pay attention. We haven't transferred the customer and material to GTS, but we have created a sales order. So the configuration system will transfer the sales order to GTS, and in GTS it will be replicated as technical incomplete data. In GTS it will be displayed as technical incomplete data. Why? Because here for GTS system, system doesn't know what is this customer, what is this material. System doesn't know about it. What is this customer and what is this material? Because of that only, we are going to transfer all this data to GTS manually. I'm going to transfer all this data to GTS manually. Transfer all this 1 million customer, 1 million vendor, and 1 million material to GTS manually. Now let's assume that I have transferred these customers to GTS, vendor to GTS, and material to GTS. If we create a sales order for any one of this customer and material, it will transfer to GTS and it will create its customs export document. This time system will recognize this customer and material. Why? Because we have transferred this material. So without transferring a customer and material, if you create a sales order, the sales order will transfer to GTS and it will be displayed as a technical incomplete. System will not perform other steps. I mean other checks like SPL, embargo.
Arun, a small query here. See, when you are transferring, suppose the number is 1234 in our S4. Do we need to have a same number into a GTS or
I will
how?
come to the topic, sir. We have configuration for that. I will come to the topic. Okay. So you clear, right? You clear up to this, right? We have a topic called number range. I will discuss that. Okay. So here we have transferred this customer vendor material to GTS. So with the help of that, system will recognize. Okay, this is the customer, this is the vendor, and this is the material. Okay. Now how to transfer this? How to transfer this? Now you have set up all the system. Now you have set up everything in GTS. Okay, you have set up everything in GTS. Now you are going to transfer the master data. Simple. What you can do, you can go to the table. So now you are going to transfer the customers. So if you are going to transfer the customer, what you will do? What is the table for customer? Anyone, right? So here what you will do? Remove this maximum number of hits and execute. Okay, it will display the list of customers are available in this system. Okay, so currently I have only 446 customers in this system, but in the real time it will be more. Okay, so you have to remove the customer, you remove the number and execute this table, and you have to extract this data to the Excel sheet. All the data. once you extract the data, you can able to see your file in your specified folder. Okay, now I stored the file in the downloads. Just wait a minute, it is loading. See, this is the file which I downloaded now. So here what I will do, I will open this file. Okay, so here I will copy the entire customer. I will copy entire customer. Okay, and what I will do, I will go to my S4 screen. So here I will click on this initial transfer of master data. Click on initial transfer of master data. So here now I'm going to transfer the millions of customer to GTS. So I will click on this transfer customer. I click on transfer customer, and here paste all those customers. I will paste all those customers and I will execute. So totally around 445, 446 customers are there, right? So here I have transferred all those 446 customers to GTS. But in the real time, you see that here we have only 446 customers. But in the real time, you have millions of customers. How to transfer those millions of customers? So you have to transfer in a batch. Batch means what? In the first batch you can transfer 25,000, and second batch you can transfer 25,000, and third batch you can transfer 25,000. If you try to transfer all the millions of customers at once, it will end up with a runtime error. So you may have some other team member, right? So what you can do, you can split the job with each other. Like first off you will do, the second off you will do. I mean the other person will do. Like this, you have to split the data
Is
and
it
transfer
similar?
it.
Is it similar to LSMW, right, Arun? We are transferring kind of means. My question is, LSMW when we do, we'll get a multiple errors. Do we get errors here?
We will get an error. I will come to that part. I will come
Huh?
to that part. Definitely, we will get some error. I will come to that part, sir. Simply have to transfer all those data to GTS. Okay, so this is the process of transferring a customer. Similarly, for vendor, what you will do? For vendor, you have to go to the table LFA1. So it will display the list of master. I mean list of customer. I mean sorry, what vendor. So if you execute, it will display all the vendors in the system. So what you have to do? You have to export the data to Excel sheet. Okay, and you have to copy the list of suppliers. You just copy suppliers like this, and you have to transfer. See here, I have transferred. I have transferred 446. So out of 446, only 325 were processed. So remaining 121 something is not transferred. 121 customers are not transferred. How do I know? I have transferred 456. So out of 456, 121 has not been transferred. Only 325 were processed digitally successfully. So how do I know which are all those 121 customers? It's impossible to know, right? So here we have a log. So what you can do here? At the time of transferring the customer, let's assume that I'm transferring this. Assume that I have transferred. I'm going to transfer these many customers. At the time of transferring the customer, so here you can see title of transfer log. You can use some log. I'm going to put test. Okay, I'm going to put the log as test. Okay, and execute. All were positively. Okay, here to start the case, and I have to take some more time. I'm going to transfer these customers with the test log test. Okay. See here. Out of 15, only 10 were processed successfully, which means what? 5 customers were not transferred to GTS. So how do I know what are all those 5 customers? Here you can see the help of the log we can find it. So here we add the title log, right? Tester. So in GTS, what I'm going to do, I'm going to open the log. Go to system monitoring. Okay, here you can see under log, here you can see business partner. Click on the business partner. Okay, what is your log? This test, right? Click on test and execute. Okay, put yesterday's database system to take this. Here, our transfer of customer is captured under this log test. Okay, now if you open this, here you can see the 15 customers. So out of 15, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. The one with red is not transferred. You can ignore the yellow. Yellow means it is transferred. Okay, it is not an issue. Green means transferred. The one with red, it is not transferred to GTS. Why? You can check now. See here. If you open this, it will show the reason. The region UP is not defined for country IN. For country India, the region UP is not defined in the GTS system. So you all know the table for the region is T005S. T005S. Okay, for the country India, region UP is not defined in our GTS system. That's the reason system was not able to transfer this customer. Again, if you open this, again it's the same UP. You open this, see here, this MH, this KA, this UP. You see what? This MH, KA, and UP. These 3 regions are not maintained in GTS system. Our customer has this region. Our customer has this region as UP and transferred to GTS. So since in GTS we don't have the region UP in this table, we are getting this error. So what to do? We have to add this region in this table. If you can go to SM30 and you can put a table. I will show you. Go to SM30. Put the table name T005S and click on this maintenance log direct and enter. And this one, regions. And click on it. So here for India, you are going to add the region UP. For India, I'm going to add the region UP. Okay, again, India, I'm going to add MH. For India, I'm going to add what K. So these are all the regions.
Arun, this we are doing in S4 HANA server?
This is in GTS. I'm doing it
GTS.
in GTS.
Okay.
In GTS, see, in
Okay.
S4, you already created the customer. You already created this customer. See here, in S4, you already created this customer with this country and this region. But in GTS, we don't have this region. So I just added the region. That's it. Okay, I have
And
added the region in GTS. Yeah.
one more thing. Let's say I do have, came across almost like thousands of error. Okay. So going one by one, it's a, tedious job. Is there any other mechanism wherein I can get, all the information in one go? What are the errors?
This is this is a demo system. So here we have some data inconsistency. But in the real time, as cutover activities, as part of a configuration, what you will do, you will add all the region, everything here. It will be there by default. It will be there by default. Your business user will tell. Apart from this, if they created any new region or any, apart from this, if they created any material for any new region, they will inform you. Like this, all the regions are not available in the S4 system. We added it. So accordingly, what you will do, you will add those region here first. and then you will transfer those customer, vendor, and material to GTS. So in that time, it won't get any error. In the real time, you won't get this much error, for sure.
Okay.
And Arun, can we play around with the mandatory fields? Like if you, in maybe the client requirement, we may having the few of the fields mandatory in GTS, right? So can we tweak that this
Yeah,
field is
yeah,
mandatory
yeah,
over
yeah,
here?
yeah, 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 yeah. We have a configuration for that. I'm going to discuss that. Okay.
Okay.
So now what we did. So now I have added the configuration. I mean, I have added the regions for this customer 15, 16, and 5. Let's take this one. Customer 3, 6, 15, 16. Now again transfer with the same. Just one. Transfer this. After adding the regions, all the customers are processed to GTS. All 15 are processed to GTS. And for the success case, if everything is transferred successfully, you will not be able to see the log in GTS. This process successfully, you will not be able to see the log in GTS. So this is a log I created and then I used. See, no log exists. System will capture the log only for the failure case. So like this, you have to transfer the vendor. So you have to extract the data from in the sheet, and from the sheet you have to copy all the data, and you have to go to you have to go to initial transfer of vendor. Initial transfer of vendor, and you can put all those vendor, and you can put the log and transfer. It will transfer to GTS. Similarly for material, go to the table. You all know the table for material, just MARA. You can extract all this data to the Excel sheet, and you can you can try. You can extract this data to the Excel sheet. From the Excel sheet, you can copy the material. So here I'm going to copy the material, and here I'm going to click on transfer of material master. Transfer of material master. So here you can do the log as material one. Insertion. Then I'm going to paste all the materials. I'm going to click on execute. Ten successfully. Okay, then now show. And let's take some of the material. What? Everything is transferred. Hmm. I'm going to transfer some 32 cup materials. Okay, everything is getting transferred. Okay, so here in like this, you have to transfer the material. Okay, so in case if some material now are not transferred, let's suppose for example, out of 32, only 30 are transferred. So here, how to check the log? Similarly, the same step you are going to perform. Just copy the material, copy the log, material log, and go to the transfer log. The same in same screen in GTS, you can choose customs product. Click here and put the material and log name. Execute. It will display the log. So like this, you have to transfer all the material customer vendor to GTS. This is what initial transfer of customer, initial transfer of vendor, and initial transfer of material. Any doubts?
The log will store in the system only, right? Or can we download the log?
We can't download it.
We can't download, you were saying.
Yes, we can't.
And what sort of errors we generally get, Arun? We have seen one kind of error during customer master, that return is missing. Any other specific or general errors we do get in the
We will
system?
get for country, sir. We will get for country, and we will get for region. That's all the things. These are the two you will get. For material, you will get UAM, unit of measures. Okay. For material, you
Okay.
get a unit of measures and other things. So see, if, I mean, the real time you will not get this kind of errors, sir, for sure. Only very rare, in very rare case you will get. Slow can be can't be downloaded or not. Can export. Yeah, you can export this shit, but you can't download it. Export the log, but you can't
Can,
download it.
can you please export it?
No, sir, it's not coming here. It's not coming here. It's not coming here. So like this, you have to transfer your customer, vendor, and material for the very first time. Any doubts?
Okay.
So once you transfer this data, you can check the what you can check this data in GTS. Go to GTS screen. Okay, go back on step. Here the T code for table is SC16, not SC16N. SC16N will not be available in GTS. SC16 if you put N, it won't show. Transaction doesn't exist. So in GTS we are using only SC16. Okay. So here we have some tables. Check the material and to check the customers and business partners. So table for business partner. Hash SAP SLL slash PNTBP. PNTBP. It's a table for business partner. Execute this. So we transfer some customer, right? Let's say number three, external partner. So here you can see external partner. Just ignore all this field. I will tell one by one. So here you can see external partner number. So here we have business partner and we have external partner number. The external partner number is the number which we are getting from our feeding staff. Let's take three. I mean the customer which we are getting transfer, right? Those customer number is called as an external partner number. Let's take three. See, you remember, right? We transfer the customer three.
And suppose, let's say for customer and vendor, we are transferring data at individual level. Okay. So let's say in S4 HANA, there is a customer who is a vendor also.
The same name. I mean, it's the same number.
Same number. So two times I need to do this.
Yeah. For example,
Since
let's say
since we are transferring only in GTS server, only the business partner is coming. So I was like, how system will behave because there is no customer master table or vendor master table. Only the business partner table is there in GTS server.
Okay, I got your question. Okay, I will answer that. I will answer that. Now let's see. We have transferred the customer 3. Okay, this customer, you remember, right? We added the region for this customer 3. Okay, now I have transferred the customer 3 to GTS. Okay, now for 3, you can see for this 3, system has generated its own number range. In GTS, system will not use the existing, real number. Instead, it will create its own number range. In GTS, system will not use the business partner number as it is. Instead, it will use its own number range.
Arun, that is fine, a different number range, but how this particular number is treated as a customer? Because is there any bifurcation? Because in S4 we have a role based thing, right?
I will explain everything, sir. I will explain one by one. Okay. See here, once you transfer this number to GTS, customer GTS, it will create its own number range. So how this is being generated with the help of this configuration. Got your questions? Let me explain one by one. And I just answer. SPRO. Go to SPRO. SAP reference ING. Google Trade Service.
You are in GTS server.
I'm in GTS server.
Okay.
Service. And this is the external partner. For this partner, the system has created its own number range. Go to SPRO. SAP reference ING. Expand this node. Expand this general settings node. So here the very first option is number range. Click on number range, and the very first number is business partner. Click on business partner. Click on intervals. Okay. So here I'm going to maintain the interval. Click on it, number range number 01, and from 1 to 99999. That's it. Save it. With the help of this number range configuration only, system will generate the numbers in GTS. For example, if you transfer a customer 1, it will give numbers 1. If we transfer some customer to GTS, it will give some number 2. For example, let's say if we transfer a customer 100, okay, system will give the number range within this range 1 to this 99999. The last number used here is 690. Okay. For
And
example, yeah,
can't we have the same number range?
we are going to use the same number range for both vendor and customer. I will tell. There will be a difference. I will tell. Okay. So whenever if any customer and vendor comes to GTS, it will going to use this number range. For example, let's say I'm going to transfer customer 100 to GTS. In GTS, it will be called as a 690. I'm going to transfer 101 customer. It will come to GTS as 691. I'm going to transfer vendor 1 or vendor 200. It will come to GTS as 692. So based on the number range, system will use its own numbers. Right?
So, and let's the same 100 customer number. Now it's vendor also. So I will be
I can say
transferring 100.
I'm about to explain that. Just a moment. So here you can see these are the customer. Now let's see. I have a vendor. I have a vendor for the same number. It is not possible, but okay, let's say I have the same number of 200. I mean 100. Okay, 100 vendor. Which is the customer. This is the vendor. Okay. When it comes to GTS, system again create its own number in GTS. 693. But here you can see. Right, I will show you. Okay. C16. NFA1. Okay. Transfer 100. So let's see. Let's see. I have transferred these three and I have transferred this customer 100. I mean vendor 100. So with the help of numbering system has generated these numbers. Okay. But your question is, let's say I have a same number for both customer and vendor. Let's say 100 and 100. Let's assume that here we have 100 instead of 3. Here we have 100. Okay, this 100 is customer and this 100 is vendor, or anything could be. This is customer, this is vendor, or this is listener, this is customer. Okay, for both system will generate a business partner number. But how system will identify? How system will identify whether which one is vendor, which one is customer? The help of this category. The help of this category. Category 1 means it's vendor. Category 2 means the customer. Okay, while transferring the data from PDSM to GTS, it will refer the table. It will refer from which table this data is being transferred. If it is transferred from LFA1 table, then it will give the category as 1. If we transfer from KNA1 table, then it will update the category as 2. Okay, any doubts?
Yes, sir. Arun, that valid from and valid to, why it is showing so strangely 20 points something something. Generally, it should be a date,
Yes,
right?
you can ignore this. See here, 2024, okay, 1207, 2025, 1004. To 9,999, 1230. 9,999, 1230. Okay, you can ignore this. Okay.
Okay, rest. It's a timestamp kind of thing, right? It's giving
Yeah, it's a
month,
valid date. Yeah, date.
date, year, month, and then afterwards, even it's giving time. That one, last one.
It's a time. It's kind of timing. Yes.
Okay.
You can ignore it. You can ignore this. Just you can see the following this. See, we are transferring a partner, and partner will come to GTS, and in GTS will give its own numbers. Business partner, okay, and it will differentiate the partner with the help of this business partner category. So it is 1 means customer, 2 means vendor. Also, we have one more table. We have one more table. That is BUT100. BUT100. So here we can differentiate the business partner with their roles. With their roles. So let's say SLLCPC. Execute, it will display only the customers. It will display only the customers. So SLLCPC is for the customer. In GTS, for all the master data, we have roles. We have roles for all the master data. Okay. For customer, we have a role as SLLCPC. For vendor, we have a role as SLLCPS. For vendor, category is 1. For customer, category is 2. The system will differentiate the business partner with the help of categories and vendors. Okay. Now let's see here. For if you want to list down all the suppliers in GTS, you can come here and put SLLCPS and execute.
Arun, this is E4H screen.
Yeah, it's a E4H screen, yes.
Okay. Can you just change the E4H screen here? Both screen are in blue in color, so it's
Oh, okay.
getting confusing for me. I hope for Megraj also when we are shuffling to S4 and 4H.
Okay, fine. Okay, GTS will be green.
Thank you.
Okay. So if you go to if you want to extract the data only for customer, what you can do, you can come to this table BUT100 and you can type SLLCPC. Sorry, CPC. It will show only the customer. If you want to list down all the vendor, you can type the role SLLCPS. See, this role will play the major role. Please be noted. The roles for vendor and customer. Roles for vendor is SLLCPS. Roles for customer is SLLCPC. Okay, now
So
let's see.
how is it different from category? We are not getting more information like the role we are having in S4 HANA. Thus, every role has a in the E4H, we have mapping of those roles in E4H also.
Here we are not going to map any roles or category. By default, system will automatically, adapt the roles. For example, when you transfer the data from which table the data is coming. For example, if you transfer customer, system will check from which table this data is coming. If it comes from KNA1 table, then it will update the role as SLLCPC and update the category as 2. Okay, we are not here. We are not going to map anything for the business partners.
So let's say I'm transferring data from KNVV. How system will know that I'm transferring since we are only transferring the customer number? Okay, so how does it matter whether I'm transferring from KNA1 or KNVV or any other table, let's say of sales?
For example, let's say if you create any customer in S4, okay, it will go and store under this table only, right? Any table. If you create any customer, it will go and store
So,
under the KNA table. Okay, if you transfer some data, it will refer from which table this data is coming.
so in E4H, only two rules will be there, one for customer and one for vendor. No other rules, or there are other rules.
We have other roles, sir. We will discuss one by one. See, we have multiple roles.
Okay.
This moment, we just focus only on these two. We have multiple roles like DAP, COIF, FTO. We have multiple roles. We will discuss one by one. Okay. Now let's see. Here I'm going to put customers 100 and 101. Okay, execute this. 101 is there, 100 is not there. Okay. See here, this 101 is the customer. So SLLCPC. We put some other vendor rule. What is vendor 129? As I said, for the same 129, we have both vendor and customer. The system will differentiate with the help of this BP role. That's all about the initial transfer of master data. And similarly, we have a table for materials slash SAP SLL slash PNTPR. So here it will display all the materials. Take 20, okay, nice, now 20, 30. See, for this product, system has generated its own custom product number, internal product number. So like this to transfer. Any doubts?
I'm good. Can we have 1 or 2 minutes of break?
You can take a break. We will connect at 9:25. Okay.
Thank you.
Or else, Prashant, can we do it tomorrow, rest of the session? Actually, I'm
Okay.
outside.
I have
Okay.
only 30 minutes remaining. I will complete the 30 minutes today. Just give me 30 minutes. We will contact on 9:25 and we'll complete the session today. Thank you. We will contact at 9:25. Hey, hi, are you there? Prashant, Mehraj, are you there?
Yeah. Yes, sir.
Okay, so far we discussed about the initial transfer of master data. Right, so far we discussed about initial transfer of master data. So now we are going to discuss about automatic transfer of master data. We are going to discuss about automatic transfer of master data. How will that work? So let's see. After the cutover activities, so what you do? After the cutover activities, I mean, we have transfer all the customers, n number of customers, n number of materials, and n number of vendor to GTS. No, that's it, right? Okay. Now what if they create a new customer? Now what if they create a new customer? So here we have some conflict. Huh? Hmm. Okay, I don't think. Okay. Now let's say they have created a new customer to GTS. So they have created a new customer in S4. So how that customer will transfer to GTS? Do you transfer it manually? Do you transfer it manually? No, right? See here, I have created a thousands of customer and 5,000 of vendor. So as part of our initial transfer, I will transfer everything to GTS. Now after my cutover activities, after hypercare, now user is trying to create a new customer and vendor, not one user. Five user is creating multiple customers. Will you transfer those customer to GTS? No, the real time it is not possible. Okay, anyway we can transfer, but how come? For example, let's say today they are creating a new customer. Will they? Do you think they will inform you that I created a new customer? Please transfer this. Tomorrow they will create a new material, or tomorrow they will create 50 materials. Do you think they will inform you saying that hey, I created this material, please transfer to GTS? No, they won't, because they have multiple jobs, multiple work. You have multiple workers. It's not possible for you to every time transfer this customer material to GTS. So instead, what we are going to do here, we are going to use the term called change pointers. Here we are going to use a term called change pointers. So what this change pointer will do? This change pointer will transfer the customer vendor material to GTS automatically. The change pointer will transfer the customer material vendor to GTS automatically. For example, if you create a new customer, if you create a new vendor, or if you create a new material, those master data will transfer to GTS automatically with the help of change pointers.
Arun, let's say we have gone live for for GTS and S4 together. Then in that scenarios also we can have automatic provision.
Definitely.
Okay, it's that during that it's like we have gone go live for S4 first, and after in second phase or after a month I'm going go live for E4H. Then those initial transfer provision will be required. Otherwise, we can have automatic all the time.
It's not about when you are going go live. You have to transfer the data manually for the very first time. That's for sure. Okay, you have to transfer the data manually for the very first time. And
It's
once it is
no. Why I'm asking this? Let's say my both servers are up, and during the initial transfer, let's say I am creating my custom master in the cutover only. I'm creating
okay,
custom
okay,
master in
then
S4
you don't need to.
S4 HANA.
Then, yeah, then you don't need to do initial transfer. It will automatically transfer to GTS.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay. No. So what happened? Once if any customer, if any vendor, if any material is created in S4, with the help of change pointers, those data will automatically transfer to GTS. Will transfer automatically to GTS. Now, okay, it is applicable for a new material and new vendor, new customer. What about the existing material, existing customer? For example, tomorrow I'm going to change the region of the customer. The changes as done in the S4. How does GT system know that? Again, with the help of change pointer, we can transfer the changes done for the existing customer and material and vendor. Which is what the work of change pointer is. Whenever if any new material is created, or whenever if any new business partner is created, or whenever if any changes done to the existing material master or customer master, vendor master, that will be transferred to GTs automatically with the help of change pointers. When you are using a change pointers, you have to use an object. And one more thing, this change pointer will work based on the IDOC functionality. The change pointer will work based on the IDOC functionality. Okay, this change pointer will work based on the IDOC functionality. So IDOC functionality means it will use the IDOC functionality but not in the IDOC format. It will use IDOC functionality. IDOC functionality but not IDOC format. For example, if you transfer any data to IDOC through IDOC, what you will do, system will generate IDOC number. We can track the data and we can input the IDOC number in the receivable system and check what is the status. Or we can put the number in the sender system and check the status. But here in this case, we are not going to do like that. System will not generate any IDOC number. System will not generate any IDOC. You will just use the IDOC functionality. That's it. Okay. So here you are not able to see any IDOC number or anything. Okay. And here right, you all know there are two kind of IDOC. One is ALE, another one is EDA. ALE and EDA. So can anyone tell what is ALE? ALE is used within the SAP system, and EDA will use transfer with the SAP system with other system, non-SAP system. So here in this case we are using ALE. I think ALE is application linking enabling, and EDA is exchange data interface. Application linking enabling, ALE. So we are going to use ALE. ALE functionality. When we are using IDOC functionality, we have to use an object called, we have to use an object. That object is called message type. Message type. We use an object called message type. That message type is something about these three. These three are the message type. For vendor, the message type is /SLL/cremas underscore SLL. For customer, the message type is /SAP SLL/devmos underscore SLL. For material, we have a message type called /SAP SLL/matmos underscore SLL. So these are all the message type. Okay, now let's say I have created a customer. I have created a customer. Let's take customer. I have created this customer. So how does system knows that I created a customer? How does this change pointer knows that I created a customer? So whenever you create any master data, or if you do any changes for the master data, those master data changes will get a log in BDCP2 table. BDCP2 table. This table is nothing but change pointers. Pointers table. So it will create a log in this table. For example, if we create a new customer, this new customer will get saved under this table. It will like on which table? What is the table for this master data? K1, K and A1. What is the message type? So message type of the customer is, the message type of the customer is what? /SAP SLL devmos. Customer number. Everything will be logged in this BDCP2 table. Okay. So here we have one process. Here we have one field called process indicator. I will show everything in the system, but let's please focus here. Process indicator. So here in process indicator, there will be two options. One is blank and another one is X. One is blank and another one is X. So what we are going to do, we are going to schedule a batch job. We are going to schedule a batch job for this IDOC, for this change pointers. The program is RBDM IDOC. RBDM IDOC. The program is RBDM IDOC. So we are going to link the program with these message types. And we are going to schedule a batch job. The batch job will run every 10 minutes or every 20 minutes or every 30 minutes. It's up to the business. Let's take every 10 minutes. Okay, let's take every 10 minutes. Now the time is 9:38. Now the time is 9:38. I created this new customer at 9:39. Okay, let's take 9:39. I'm going to create a customer at 9:39. New customer is created. New customer is created. Now, it will not transfer immediately to GTS. It will wait for the next run. My next run will schedule at 9:40. My next run will schedule at 9:40. So at the moment I create this data will get a log here in the BDCP2 table. At 9:40, when the job runs, it will come to this table and check what is the new log created, and it will check the process indicator. If the process indicator is empty, which means these data are not being transferred to GTS. It will transfer the data to GTS automatically. And once it is transferred, it will update its process indicator with X. Okay. And after that job will run at 9:50. 9:50. At 9:50 when it runs, it will come to this table and will check is there any new data created. It will also check the process indicator. The process indicator is X, it won't take the data. If the process indicator is black, then it will take the data and transfer to GTS. Any doubts? Any doubts?
Arun, suppose the process indicator is activated, okay, but we will not see the data in GTS. Those kind of errors also we encounter, right?
See
Means
here,
it is
yeah,
passed from here, but it is not reached to the GTS. Somewhere it has been stuck. There are
you have to check the
chances.
log. Yeah, that is not. You have to check the log.
Okay, SLG1 again.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. See here. Now this is the case. So what we're going to do, we are going to use the term called change pointers to transfer the data automatically to GTS. And this change pointer is going to use the IDOC functionality. When it uses the IDOC functionality, it's going to use the term called objects. That object name is called nothing but our message type. For each and every master data, we have a separate message type. For vendor, we have SAP SLR CREMOS. For customer, we have SAP SLR DebMOS. For material, we have SAP SLR MATMOS. These are okay. So with the help of this message type only, we are going to transfer the data to GTS. Okay, now let's see. Now let's see. Okay. So in order to transfer the data automatically to GTS, what we have to do? We have to enable some configurations. Go to basic settings. The very first step is activate change pointers globally. Activate change pointers globally. Click this. At the very first time when you implement GTS, it will be unchecked. Okay, you have to check this. You have to check this. That's it. First step is done. You have to check this. First step is done. Second step, activate change pointer for message type. See, we have just activated it, but we haven't informed the system that what are all the message type or eligible to transfer to GTS automatically. Eligible for transfer to GTS automatically. So here we have to tell what all the message type system should transfer to GTS automatically. Message type means what are the material what are the master data. So here we have to activate SAP SLL CREMOS, SAP SLL DebMOS, and SAP SLL MATMOS. Here you have to activate these three. There are some other thing, just ignore it. Currently, you just focus only on these three: CREMOS, DebMOS, and MATMOS. You have to activate this. That's it. That's it. So here, what I did, I have activated the change pointers, which means what? I informed them that you have to transfer the data automatically to GTS. The second step, activate change pointer for message type. Here, I specifically informed the system that what are all the master data are eligible for transfer to GTS. I have activated those master data. Okay, now the third step. Here is a very important step. Here is a very important step. I think any one of you, I mean, some one of you asked, right? So can we play with what data to be transferred to GTS? So here is the option. So let's say if you take a material master, let's go to material master. is applicable to. See, this is not GTS. This is S4. I don't know why it is applicable to this here. This is S4. I haven't changed the strings for S4, but it is automatically taken. If you take any material, MM03, take any material, run one. See, here we have n number of fields and n number of tabs. See, in the real time, there will be more tab. Since it is a demo system, we have only these minimal tabs. So here we have multiple tabs and multiple fields. For GT system, it doesn't need any of this. It don't need all these tabs. It needs only the specific tabs, specific fields, I would say. If you take any data, if you take any master data, or customer, vendor, or material, there will be a three data. One is sales data, company code data, and general data. Sales data, company code data, and general data. GTS system need only this general data. GTS system don't need these two data, sales data and company code data. The GTS system is not going to do anything with this sales data, company code data. It's going to see only the general data. Okay, so here to system, S4 system will transfer only the general data to GTS, like what is the material description, unit of measures, gross weight, net weight, volume, or product number, other thing. This is the general data. And also here we can configure what all the general data should transfer to GTS. Again, if you take general data, there are n number of general data. So we are not going to do anything with those data. GTS system requires only a minimal data to process in GTS. So what all those? So for example, you have this is an interview question. Interview they will ask like I want to transfer only a specific data to GTS, not all the data in material. What you will do? So you have to answer that. I have to choose change pointer for reduce message type, and we have to choose the message type. So here, I think this is the material master they have used. Wait, it is loading. Okay. See, you may ask that the message type of custom material is SAP SLR MatMaster, right? Then why you are using this one? Why? Because in this software, in this server, they are using a specific, customized one, customized message type of material. That is this ZMox. Okay, but in the real time, you will use this one, SAP SLR MatMaster only. Okay, now click on create, edit. So if you go to edit, it will display only the general data. See, it will display only the general data. Okay, see here, customer, MatMask, okay, master material, general data only. It will not display the sales data or company code data. If you expand this further, see here you have multiple fields. Here you have multiple fields. Again, you can expand this further. You double click this. Here we have multiple fields, right? So here you can configure what field need to be transferred to GTS. So the field with this big block, big green block, it is a standard one. You can't delete or you can't remove anything. But the field with these small blocks, this we can configure. Like you want to transfer the created on date, or you want to transfer the name of the person, you want to transfer the last change date, or you want to change the person name of the person who changed the object. Or for example, you want to change the purchase unit of measures. In case in the future you get the requirement that your business users are saying that I want to see the purchase your order unit of measures in GTS. So what you will do, you will select this and click on select. It will turn to green. It will turn to green, and after some time they will say, I don't want to see this purchase order unit of measures. Again, you have to come here. You have to select this and you have to deselect this and enter. So like this, system will come to know what are all the fields or need to be transferred to GTS. Okay, this can be achieved with a activate change pointer for reduce messages. Any doubts?
Yes, sir, Arun. In what are the circumstances we will go for the customized way? Like we have customized IDOC. You have customized IDOC, right, for this. So what could be the circumstances?
So that purely depends on business, sir. I have so far I have worked on 7 projects. I mean, 7 support projects. In 7 support projects, 5 are use this standard one. 2 are use customized one. It's purely the business. I mean,
Means no problem, Arun. This I just want to understand what are the circumstances, because most of the thing is standard SAP is providing. So what are the few cases where we will go with the customizing? Just I'm trying to understand.
I would say like see, if you want to add some extra additional fields, like you are not going to use the normal material master, but instead you want to use your own material master, like other fields, like instead of MM03, you're going to use a transaction Z. So you're going to add some extra fields there. So you're going to transfer these data to GTS, not the MM03. You're going to transfer this ZM03. So you're specifically having the master data, I mean material master T code as ZM03. So
Means
you're
if
going
you
to,
have any Z fields, for
those can be
transferring those.
captured in the customer side.
Okay.
Okay, and that's all about the change pointers. Okay, so for the first step, we activate the change pointer. In second step, we have activated for what all the message type are eligible for transfer to GTS automatically. And third step, we have reduce, which means what all the fields are need to be transferred to GTS for all the master data. We have transfer this, and once you create this, so for example, let's say you have to schedule a batch job.
Arun, for standard fields or any fields, we do this is part of a standard only. So do we need to process this activity after activating or doing step 1 and 2? Do we require for to process further steps?
It's mandatory, sir. You have to process these 3 steps. And as I said initially, this checkbox will not be there. I mean, in here you can see here we have the checkbox side. For the very first time, checkbox will
No,
not be there. You have to activate this.
I'm talking about the third step, reduced.
Yeah, this is optional, sir. I mean, this is by standard. SAP has given some standard fields, but apart from that, if you want to transfer any fields to GTS, you can activate here.
And can you just open a material master created in GTS? How is it different from S4?
I
Since
will
we
show
are
you. I will show
okay,
you. I
since
have
we
first complete
okay,
this. I will show you. Yeah.
okay, okay.
So here we have a program called RBDMIDoc. So what this program will do, we have to create a job with the program. Okay, we have to create a background job with this program, and we are going to map this message type with our with this program. So what we'll do, whenever this program runs, it will come and check this table. P16 and BDCP2. So whenever the job runs, it will come and check this table. Let's take. Let me write it wide open. See here. See here. Let's say MA or say math master. Let's assume that this is our material master table. Okay, this is our material master. See here, whenever if any new data is created, it will save the data under the message type under what table. Okay, and here you can see the process indicator is empty. If it is empty, which means this data has not been transferred to GTS, not processed. So when next time job runs, it will come to this table and will check for material master, for customer master, for vendor master, what all the master data are updated with the blank. So it will take those data and transfer to GTS automatically. Okay, and here you can see last time I saw customer table. Okay, let's take come and check here. See, for example, let's say I have created 5 customer, 2 customer 20 minutes before and 3 customer now. So for the 2 customer which was created earlier, it was already processed to GTS and it updated as 6. And for the new 2 customer which I created at 9:51, what's at the time of at 10 o'clock the job will run, right? At 10 o'clock, what system will do? System will execute the, system will run the job. The job will come here and check this table whether if there is any entry maintained with X, I mean maintained with the blank. To check, okay, KNA1 table, and okay, this is the message type. So we have to transfer this data. So that this, like this system will transfer the data to GTS. This is how the change pointer will work. And as you said, I'm going to open this MM03 in both GTS and this is the material master in ECC. Okay, I'm going to open the material master in GTS. You can access GTS. I mean, you can access the customer master in GTS by this. Like, can go to area menu and master data. You can see the material master like this, or else you can use Fiori. In the real time, you use Fiori. Okay, anyway, I will show you another one. See, these are all the basic general data. This is a material master in S4, and this is a material customer master in GTS. Here we have logical system name, internal product number, status, filter by changed by basic data, UAM and gross weight net weight authorization group. That's all. That's all about it. And
Do we assign something licenses or something for it's a material specific licenses?
yes.
So do we assign in master data that licenses?
So here what we will do in GTS, we will assign the license and commodity code. So here you have a classification, right? So in classification, we will assign the HTS code and ECCN that will be transferred to GTS. I mean ECC.
Okay,
In
right.
ECC,
I think we will discuss this later, right, in detail.
yeah, definitely. So once you transfer, once you classify the ECCN, HTS, everything, it will transfer to ECC or S4, and S4 you can able to see the field here, the international trade. Okay, anyway, we will discuss this in our later class. Okay, and in Fiori, how to activate this? Go back. Next step. Go back one step. Click on the Fiori launchpad. Okay, so here you can click on compliance, master data, manage products, and put the product number. And click on display. The same screen will appear with a different interface. Same basic data, everything will be there. And commercial description of the material and classification. If you have any classification, you have added classification. And legal control having motor license. And the other data is like a preference and other thing. Okay, that's all about it. That's all about it. And that's all about today's class. Today we discussed initial transfer of master data and automatic transfer of master data. And tomorrow we are going to discuss about how to transfer the transactional data and how to do the RFC communication. These two topics we will discuss tomorrow.
Okay.
So I have planned at least 1.5 hours per day so that I can complete the class on time.
Okay. Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Arun. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thanks, sir. Thanks.